Welcome to the session from Suez to the Bab el-Mandeb, Securing Strategic Choke Points. I'm grateful to moderate this panel about the Red Sea crisis, since it really combines political, military, and expert perspectives. And I feel this can be an added value to discuss such a multidimensional topic. I'm honored to welcome our distinguished panelists, starting from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Yemen, Dr. Shaya Mohsen Al-Sindani. Welcome.
Welcome.
The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Somalia, Mr. Ali Mohammed Omar. Welcome. The former Force Commander of EUNAVFOR Aspides, Real Admiral Stefano Costantino. Thank you for being here. And the Co-Executive Director for Knowledge Production of the Sana'a Center for Strategic Studies, Dr. Yasmin Aleriani. Welcome. The Red Sea crisis with the Houthis attacks against shipping emphasizes the political fragmentation of the current global order. Since a coordinated response, or at least a cooperation, between regional and international powers is lacking. And this, of course, despite freedom of navigation, is a public good, a collective interest. In order to make sense of the Red Sea crisis, we must look at what's going on in Yemen. We must look also at Iran. And to understand why the Bab el-Mandeb choke point is in trouble, it's also useful to assess the multiple insecurity drivers spreading between the southern Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. There are 2 points that I would like to raise to kick off the discussion this morning. The first is about connectivity. The Red Sea crisis occurs while political and power relations in the Middle East, and especially in the Gulf region, are increasingly driven by networks. Think to the expansion of commercial ports, to commercial exchanges, and also to the IMEC project. But connectivity stands exactly at the opposite of maritime disruption or even interdiction. And the Red Sea crisis indirectly affects also interlinked security theaters like the Horn of Africa, more broadly the Western Indian Ocean, and also the Mediterranean. Yesterday, I listened with great interest at the speech of Dr. Samir Saran, the president of the ORF, when he stressed that the war will not stop big projects. Maybe. In the meantime, however, security threats are testing the resolve of partners in pursuing projects when these are related to this waterway. The second and last point is about deterrence. The Red Sea crisis sheds light on the limits of state powers' deterrence in tackling threats coming from non-state armed actors. And these threats are also multi-domain. Think to the Houthis. They attack ships with missiles, drones, drone boats. They use sea mines, but they also hijack ships. And the lack of effective deterrence tools represents a big issue for all, starting from neighboring GCC states, which are implementing ambitious economic diversification programs that are also related to the Red Sea coast of the Arabian Peninsula. Think to Saudi Arabia. Minister Zindani, I would like to start with you. The Yemen war has entered its 10th year, and the national truce, which technically expired in 2022, is still quite observed by warring parties on the ground. Warring parties who committed to a UN roadmap for a ceasefire in December 2023. But how does the Red Sea crisis currently influence the war in Yemen, and what impact does it have on ceasefire prospects? The floor is yours.
شكرا جزيلا على تفضلكم باستضافتنا في هذا المنتدى. والواقع أن الحديث عن الأزمة في البحر الأحمر هي مرتبطة أيضا بجذور الأزمة اليمنية بشكل عام، والتي لها أبعادها الوطنية وأيضا الإقليمية والدولية. بالتأكيد نحن في الحكومة اليمنية لم نتفاجأ بمثل هذه الأعمال لجماعة الحوثي في البحر الأحمر، لأنها كانت سابقة للأزمة التي حصلت في غزة أو للحرب في غزة، وهم وجدوا هذا فقط كذريعة لتسويق برامجهم وخططهم بشكل عام لتأكيد وجودهم في اليمن. هم قاموا باختطاف والاعتداء على مجموعة من السفن قبل أن توجد الأحداث في غزة، وهذا اعتبارا من 2018. بالتأكيد نحن أكدنا أن وجود مثل هذه الجماعات تشكل خطر على السلم والأمن الدوليين، تشكل خطر على الملاحة الدولية، وتشكل بقدر ما تشكل خطر أيضا على اليمن نفسها وعلى الأمن الغذائي بالنسبة للبلاد. ربما الأعمال اللي في البحر الأحمر تسببت بأضرار بالنسبة للشعب اليمني. ارتفعت كلفة التأمينات على السفن، أيضا زادت أسعار كلفة النقل، ويمكن كان من أكثر البلدان تضرراً أشقائنا في مصر حوالي 8 مليار دولار كانت خسائرهم نتيجة هذه الأعمال. بالتأكيد كان هناك اتفاق على خارطة الطريق والتي تمهد إلى وجود هدنة طويلة المدى، وبعدها تتبعها مجموعة من الأعمال المتعلقة بالجانب الإنساني، سواء فيما يتعلق بدفع مرتبات الموظفين، بفتح المطارات والموانئ، وأيضا تصدير النفط إلى الخارج. أتت هذه الأعمال في البحر الأحمر لتجمد خارطة الطريق، ونعتقد أنه لا يمكن العمل بخارطة الطريق بمعزل عن هذه الأعمال الموجودة في البحر الأحمر، ولا بد أن تتوقف حتى نستطيع العودة إلى خارطة الطريق وننظر إلى آفاق السلام التي بالنسبة لنا مطلب رئيسي كحكومة يمنية، ونعتقد أن هذا أيضا مطلب أشقائنا في الإقليم وأيضا كل الدول المحبة للأمن والسلام في العالم.
Thank you, Minister. So the roadmap has also been affected by the Red Sea crisis, and thank you also for stressing the humanitarian impact of the Red Sea crisis. State Minister Oman, the Houthis' attacks against commercial vessels have in some cases reached even the Gulf of Aden. How does the Red Sea impact on the Horn of Africa, and how specifically it is affecting Somalia, its security and economic interests?
Thank you. The importance of Red Sea was spoken for the last day or two. Red Sea connects a very strategic choke points of Suez Canal and also Bab el-Mandeb. Red Sea importance was not new. Even late 19th century, the French, Italian, and British were also still curving the area of Red Sea. So Red Sea importance is well known. The question is how it impacts. It impacts in two ways. It impacts both in security and also in economics. If we look in the security side, the rivalry of the emerging countries and also the global powers in the region, that competition has created a bit challenges on the states in the region, both Somalia and Yemen and also others in the region. It has weakened the governance. It has created a platform for the terror groups, whether it's Al-Houthis or Al-Shabaab or ISIS or the likes. In terms of economics, the security issue has created a rise, the cost of the insurance, cost of the shipping, delays of the deliveries, and also it impacted the investment opportunities of that region. For example, Somalia would like to have more ports developed, but because of the security issue, the investment are always challenges because nobody wants to invest where the security is concerned. So the question is, what are the root causes of this security issue in the region? I think the root causes are mostly external interventions of the region. There are superpowers, global powers, emerging powers are all competing on creating a proxies in the region that damage the governance, the state institutions of those governments, whether it's Somalia or Yemen. I think the ultimate solution is to help those two countries to establish their own institutions and security infrastructure so they can secure rather than bring in additional forces outside. Those will be only a short-term solution rather than a long-term solution. Then the long-term solution is to help Somalia and Yemen and others in the region to have a security establishment that can secure the region. External forces will not be able to secure. They will just create more insurgents and more crises. So in a nutshell, the impact of the Red Sea crisis are damaging and causing a humanitarian issue, economic issue, and also security issue in our region. And we hope meetings like this will find a way to enhance and also create more understanding how we can solve in the long-term solution rather than a short-term fixes. The long-term fixes is to help Somalia and Yemen establish secure and better governance in that area. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, State Minister. Very, very strong and important point that you made about also the global power competition between global powers that affects also the stability of the sub-region and the need for Yemen and Somalia also to find a way to improve security conditions in the area together. I would move now to the Mediterranean with a question for Rear Admiral Costantino. 1 year since the start of the Houthis attacks, how does the Red Sea crisis impact the maritime security in the Mediterranean? Also building upon your first-hand experience, how much the Mediterranean security is interlinked with Red Sea security?
Yes, as you said, just 1 year ago, on the 19th of November 2023, motor vessel Galaxy Leader, with a sort of illegal seizure, is still there in Udayda, was attacked by Houthi. So this could be considered a sort of starting point in terms of crisis at sea in the Red Sea. Not only Red Sea, also Gulf of Aden, of course. And you are well aware, 2 choke points, Suez, Bab el-Mandeb, strategic stroke points, just because able to connect the east, the Far East, with the Mediterranean basin. So it's crucial to say that the Mediterranean basin is strictly interconnected with the rest of the world, thanks these choke points, such as Gibraltar, of course. And so we are talking about this sort of starting point, followed by a growing attack at sea with drones, with missile by Houthi against a wide range of ships. We're talking about oil tanker, bulk carrier, and so on. Indiscriminate attack, not only towards a specific flag, also because, you know, behind a single merchant ship, there is a set of flags. Flags of the owner, flags of the ship, port registry, flags of the beneficial owner, flags of the crew, so that the attack against the motor vessel, is an attack against a global good, sea line of communication, sea trade. So more than a few companies, shipping companies, decided to turn around Good Hope Cape. So this means a delay in terms of transit towards Europe and an increasing level of cost. We recorded, for instance, the cost of single containers coming from Shanghai to Italy at a level of more or less 2 times comparing with the pre-crisis period. So it's important to take into account this. But the persistence of this crisis, the risk of this persistence is towards our ports, the level of the traffic in our ports. You can imagine what that means in terms of not only global economy, but regional economy. And let me stress that we are facing a challenge not only in terms of trans-regional need, but also regional, because the stability of the area depends on the economic dynamics, and we cannot allow increasing stability in the region. So that it's important to stress that we're talking about not only Red Sea, but also Mediterranean area and Gulf of Aden, of course.
Thank you, Real Admiral. I perfectly agree with the fact that trans-regional threats then become regional threats when they directly affect the commercial and security relations, for instance, in the Mediterranean. And also thank you for remembering the Galaxy Leader ship and the crew of the Galaxy Leader, which is still currently detained by the Houthis. And if I remember well, these people are most Asian, from Asia. So another continent, and this stresses the connection between different realities that the Red Sea crisis epitomizes. Dr. Aleriani, I would straight our focus now on Yemen. Since the attacks against the commercial vessels and also against Israel have allowed the Houthis to strengthen their visibility and also their regional standing in the so-called axis of resistance led by Iran. And we see now how much these attacks in the Red Sea have also altered the perceptions that the Western audiences have about the Houthis with respect to 1 year ago. And this differs a lot from the GCC states that were already aware about the level and I would also say the intractability of the threat coming from the Houthis. So what do the Houthis aim to achieve with the opening of the Red Sea front and also with the attacks more broadly against Israel?
Thank you, and I'm honored to be among this esteemed panel. If we want to answer the question about why the Houthis are doing what they're doing in the Red Sea, we have to also understand what is their motivation and goal the mid and short to mid-term, let's say. Their long-term goal is something else. We can talk about it maybe if there is time. But if we focus on their their short and mid-term goals, we can think that they are working in 3 theaters. The first one is international and regional vis-a-vis their opponents, their foes. The other one is regional with their friends, as we call them, the axis of resistance, or the Iranian allied groups, or proxies, as some people like to call them. And the third theater is domestic. And the domestic theater is not separate, is not disconnected from the other theaters. So internationally and regionally, the Houthis have been seeking recognition. For 10 years, this has been their main goal. Even if not official recognition, but de facto recognition. And I think there has been a turning point in this regard in the past few years. We know that there have been, for example, talks between the Houthis and Saudis in the earlier years of the war, but these only became high profile and public in the last few years, and this was a turning point for the Houthis with regard to their goal for this recognition. They also, they are very much aware that there are international powers that are lining up to talk to Houthi representatives to maybe inject some reason to try to support a settlement so that they can de-escalate the situation. I think the Houthis are very much enjoying this moment of recognition. The other theater is with their friends, their allies among the Iranian groups. And here we can see that the Houthis have, as we have seen them do before, turn a challenge into an opportunity. We see that they have been propelled to the forefront of the axis of resistance among the other groups, especially with the weakening of Hezbollah, even if temporary, and the escalation in the region. And here we saw that the Houthis sought to graduate from that earlier position they had, that they were perceived to be a domestic rebel group, confined within the southern Arabia, a pressure point on Saudi Arabia that Iran uses when it needs, and so on. Now the Houthis sought to graduate from this and become a regional actor, and it looks like they are succeeding in that goal, and they're proving their utility to Iran and the other groups. Although this utility, we have to be careful, can become a liability if the calculus of Iran changes down the line. But this is a very important moment for the Houthis because they really became a regional actor, and this is the reason why we are speaking about them in an international forum like this. And we will see kind of more about this role, especially in relation to their networks within the Horn of Africa and the African continent, beyond even the Horn of Africa. We are seeing collaborations with groups like Al-Shabaab and even beyond that, particularly on weapon smuggling and commerce and so on. And the third theater, which is the domestic theater, and it is usually not, little attention is paid to that dimension of things, but it is connected to what is happening in these regional and international arenas. And basically for the Houthis, what they want domestically is to operate like a state, but without the responsibility of governance. So they outsource governance responsibilities such as payment of salaries and other things to Saudi Arabia, for example, to the UN, and so on. They also have been militarizing the population basically through and through. I mean, from very young children to youth and older. And this does half the job for them, because if you, in 10 years, 15 years, you have a militarized population who has internalized that there are no other options but to join the front line because the world is against them, then you have a population that you can control more easily. And they also continue to extract from the population, and we know that Yemen, the poverty is quite severe in Yemen, but they are very, very effective tax collectors. and they continue to have access to public revenues. And of course, we know that their goal, I mean, they have specific kind of pressure points that they respond to. We can talk about them in a little bit, but basically, domestically, this is what they are working on. They have totalitarian tendencies, they govern through fear, and they continue to try to control the population. They also realized that after the April 22 ceasefire and the lull that followed up until 7 October, when they decided to go into the Red Sea in November, basically that they will need to answer to a population that is starting to demand more because of this moment of peace that the population was becoming aware of. And so I think they also realized that they need to have a perpetual state of war and threat so that they can continue to control the population. And I think to understand what is, why the Houthis are doing what they're doing in the Red Sea, we have to see this bigger picture of what motivates them and what drives them forward.
Thank you, Dr. Aleriani. I would like to stress 2 points from your speech. The first one is the fact that the Red Sea front has been opened by the Houthis for a series of reasons in their strategy. And this highlights how much the Yemen war is multi-layered. We have to remember that the Yemen war starts as a domestic conflict, a political conflict, and then it gradually also becomes a regional, indirect conflict between powers, so the domestic and the regional layer, and now also the global layer of the conflict in the Red Sea. And the second point, very, very crucial for our also conference, the risk which unfortunately has become a reality of the militarization of the society and the next generation. And this was also raised yesterday in other panels looking at what's going on in the Middle East. The risk to have a militarized next generation of people, of young people in the country, and also in the Middle East. Thank you. Minister Zindani, before your appointment as foreign minister, you served also as Yemeni ambassador to Saudi Arabia. And so I would like to ask you, which are your current expectations about Saudi Arabia's support to Yemen, also in the context of the Red Sea crisis?
شكرا جزيلا. في الواقع نعرف أن العلاقات اليمن بالمملكة العربية السعودية هي علاقات تاريخية، وبالتأكيد هناك كثير من الروابط التاريخية والسياسية والاجتماعية، ولا يمكن النظر للأوضاع في اليمن والأمن في المنطقة بمعزل أيضا عن الأمن في اليمن، وهذا يؤثر بشكل مباشر على الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية وأيضا على دول الخليج بشكل عام. موقع اليمن الاستراتيجي يشكل اهتمام ليس بالنسبة لدول المنطقة ولكن أيضا بالنسبة للمجتمع الدولي بشكل عام. ونلاحظ أن هذه الأزمة الموجودة في البحر الأحمر وسيطرة اليمن على باب المندب أثرت أيضا على التجارة العالمية وعلى السلم والأمن الدوليين. في الواقع المملكة العربية السعودية هي كانت داعمة للحكومة في اليمن، ولأن الأمر لا يتعلق باليمن لوحدها ولكن أيضا يتعلق بالأمن والسلام في المنطقة. ولو نعود إلى خلفية القرارات الأممية من مجلس الأمن الدولي، كان هنا قرار 2216 وهذا القرار اتخذ تحت البند السابع، وهذا لا يتخذ مثل هذه القرارات إلا عندما يكون هناك تهديد للسلم والأمن الدوليين. لكن للأسف تراخي المجتمع الدولي في التعامل مع هذه القرارات شجع الحوثيين وشجع إيران على التمادي بمزيد من التصعيد، ووصلنا الحال إلى ما وصلنا إليه. الحكومة كانت قادرة على حسم الأمور في وقت مبكر، ولكن كنا نطالب بالحل السياسي، وكانت هذه الحديد الآن الميناء الذي ينطلق منه الحوثيين كان السلطة الحكومة قريبة من السيطرة عليه خلال يومين في عام 2018، ومورست الضغوط على الحكومة من قبل المجتمع الدولي ومنعت قواتنا من الدخول، وأخذنا إلى ستوكهولم ووقعنا هذه الاتفاقية التي لم ينفذ منها الحوثيين أي شيء، والآن المجتمع الدولي نفسه هو يدفع الثمن نتيجة هذا التراخي مع الحوثيين. لهذا نحن نعتقد أن المسألة لا تتعلق بالمملكة العربية السعودية، ولكن لابد أن تكون هناك مقاربة جديدة للتعامل مع الحوثيين من قبل المجتمع الدولي والإقليم. نرى أولاً بأهمية دعم الحكومة اليمنية لكي تتمكن من فرض سيطرتها على كافة الشواطئ والسواحل اليمنية، وبالذات على البحر الأحمر وأيضاً الدول المجاورة مثل الصومال وجيبوتي. النقطة الأخرى لابد أن يكون هناك آلية موحدة للعمل في مواجهة الحوثيين، بمعنى أنه هناك لابد أن يكون في اتفاق جهود إقليمية دولية أيضاً مع الحكومة لكي نعمل على مواجهة هذا التصعيد الموجود في البحر الأحمر. والجانب الآخر أيضاً نرى أن مقاربة عملية السلام لابد أن تكون ضمن رؤية تخدم مصالح الشعب اليمني. هذه الجماعة الحوثيين أولاً تعتمد على الدعم الإيراني، الصواريخ التي تستخدم هي من إيران، الطائرات المسيرة هي من إيران، ولم نرى هناك جهود حقيقية خلال 10 سنوات لتنفيذ قرارات مجلس الأمن بحظر توريد الأسلحة للحوثيين. وهذه نقطة مهمة أيضاً نعتقد أنه على المجتمع الدولي أن يوليها اهتمام، هي أن يطبق ما وجد في قرارات مجلس الأمن لمنع وصول هذه الأسلحة للحوثيين، وبالذات الأسلحة اللي تشكل تهديد استراتيجي للمنطقة بشكل عام. الجانب الآخر نحن أيضاً نرى أن نحن مع جنباً إلى جنب مع دعم جهود السلام، الجهود اللي تبذلها المملكة العربية السعودية، المبعوث الأممي، الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أيضاً، وأيضاً سلطنة عمان وكل الدول معنا، من أجل نوصل إلى عملية سلام حقيقية تأخذ بعين الاعتبار مصالح الشعب اليمني، لأننا للأسف أمام مجموعة انقلابية لا تؤمن بالحل السياسي وتعتقد أن لها الحق الإلهي في الحكم للشعب اليمني، وهذه جماعة إيديولوجية ليس من السهل أن نتفاهم معها سياسياً. ولهذا نرى أنه من المهم جداً لكي يكون هناك تشخيص وتقييم حقيقي للأوضاع في اليمن وتأثير اليمن أيضاً على السلم والأمن الدوليين، أن يكون هناك تعامل واضح في ضوء المعطيات الموجودة على الأرض.
Thank you, Minister. Just a short follow-up question. You strengthen now the need for a new approach by also international powers to Yemen and to the Red Sea crisis. However, the anti-Houthi front in Yemen has usually been deeply divided and fragmented. So is it the internationally recognized government ready to be a strong interlocutor for the international community, improving the level of coherence and union about this point in order to build with the international community a new approach to the Red Sea crisis?
أعتقد الآن في الوقت الراهن بعد أزمة البحر الأحمر هناك تقريباً تغيير إيجابي على الصعيد الدولي، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بالاتحاد الأوروبي وكثير من الدول في نظرتهم وتصنيفهم للحوثيين. ونلاحظ أن بعض الدول أيضاً قد اتخذت قرارات بتصنيف الحوثيين كجماعة إرهابية، وهذا نعتقد نقطة مهمة وتحول أيضاً في سياسة هذه البلدان، وهذا من شأنه أن يعزز العلاقات مع الحكومة اليمنية ويمكننا جميعاً من ممارسة الضغط على الحوثيين لكي تتجه نحو السلام. الحرب ليست مطلب بالنسبة لنا، ولكن الحرب فرضت علينا وعلى شعبنا، ليس له هناك مصلحة لأي بلد في الحرب على الإطلاق. هذه هي تحسب من عمر الأجيال القادمة ومن تطور اليمن وشعبها ومستقبلها. نحن نطمح إلى أن نتبع كل الوسائل المكملة من أجل تحقيق السلام، وهذه بالنسبة لنا رغبة أكيدة لأنها تمثل أيضا تطلعات ومصالح اليمن بشكل عام، ونمد أيدينا لكل الدول التي لديها رغبة حقيقية في المساعدة. نحن لا نبحث عن سلطة ولا ننجر إلى أي صراعات لا تأخذ بعين الاعتبار مصالح اليمن. والحوثيين بالفعل سلموا كثير من الإشارات الخاطئة في الماضي، كما تفضلت الدكتورة هم كانوا يسعوا للحصول على الاعتراف بهم كحكومة، لأنهم موجودين على الأرض ولديهم القوة، لكن لدينا الإمكانية كحكومة إذا ما تم يفرض الخيار العسكري، أعتقد أن الحوثيين لا يتمكنوا من الصمود على الأرض، لأنه لا توجد لهم لا قاعدة اجتماعية ولا قاعدة شعبية على الإطلاق، ولكنهم يمارسوا القهر والقمع أيضا في المناطق اللي هي تحت سيطرتهم.
Thank you. Thank you so much. State Minister, non-state actors are active both in Yemen and Somalia, also controlling coastal areas, which are key for maritime security. The latest panel of experts, the latest report of the UN about Yemen highlights, and here I quote the UN report, the increasing collaborative efforts between the Houthis and Al-Shabaab in the illicit transfer and smuggling of weapons. Here, the quote stops. And so stressing the regional security risks that are connected to such a cooperation. How do you comment on this? Which are your reflections?
No, thank you. First, we have to understand both Shabaab and Houthis have emerged from external interventions. For Shabaab has emerged the 2006-2007 invasion of Ethiopian forces to Somalia, and that was the result, because that has degraded the governance system in Somalia and created a vacuum where the Al-Shabaab and terror groups have emerged. In the past 10 years, Somali government was building Somali security forces, and in the past 2 years, we were fighting with Al-Shabaab. We have removed it, we have liberated 2 states out of the 4 states they were occupying. And that has degraded the Al-Shabaab's existence in Somalia. So they sought a help, and the help comes now from the Houthis. There's a growing report that the armies, the new armament are coming from the Houthi side to the Al-Shabaab. There are new technologies that they are using, a new kind of missiles, new IEDs. So the help is from Houthi to Shabaab, not vice versa. And the reports are showing that there's a growing existence, and that's a challenge for Somalia, because we were gaining momentum against Al-Shabaab. We were degrading their existence in Somalia, but the help of Houthis will give them some momentum, some energy. But hopefully, I think we are talking with our Yemeni brothers. We have to find a way to stop this illicit arms smuggling to Somalia. All these insurgent groups have a route to external influences. In Somalia, when we look at Al-Shabaab has 3 main components. One component is about 20% of Al-Shabaab are ideological. The remaining 8% are either grievances within the political system of Somalia or a economic reason they are joining. I'm sure similar thing also exists on the other side. So if we find a solution in the local grievances, I think that will go a long way to create a condition that Al-Shabaab can be degraded and can be removed out of Somalia. But in general, as I said before, I think help for the 2 countries is essential to create a long-lasting solution. I think bringing major navies to the region will simply create more emboldened insurgent groups, and may create a short-term solution, but in the long term, we have to help and support the fragile governments that exist both in Yemen and Somalia. And that will create more long-term solution in the region. And also we have to discourage the external interventionists. For example, Ethiopia have signed an MOU, one of the Somali region called Somaliland, Northern Somalia. That will create another crisis because the local grassroots against that MOU will sought help from either ISIS or whoever they can get. So to have another insurgent group in the northern Somalia will create a more difficult problem in the Gulf of Aden, because on the northern side of Gulf of Aden you have Houthi, and on the southern side, if you get another insurgent group, that will create a major issue, and I think that is something that we need to discourage external interventionists in the region. I think both Yemen and Somalia are a victim of external influences and external interventionists. We were both in that region for thousands of years, and we never had problems like this. I think these are all in the result of what happened 9/11. After that, it has created momentum for major powers and major emerging powers in the region to use proxies in both Somalia and Yemen.
Thank you, State Minister. So a stable and viable Red Sea, a maritime waterway which is open to freedom of navigation is crucial, is decisive also to contain recruitment by armed groups, also in Somalia. Thank you very much. I would return to Rear Admiral Costantino with a question on EUNAVFOR Aspides. How do you assess the results of the naval mission in ensuring safe transit through the Red Sea so far? And also, can its effectiveness be enhanced, taking into account that Aspides has a defensive mandate, and also that other European naval assets are currently deployed in the sub-region? I think, for instance, to EUNAVFOR Atalanta, the operation to deter, prevent, and repress acts of piracy off the coast of Somalia.
So it's not so easy to answer to your question in terms of outcomes, results of a military task force. I jot down a set of keywords taking account the speech already done, such as military solution, short-term solution, new approach, humanitarian issue, deterrence, and so on. I would like to touch this point in my answer, just because I am quite sure that we cannot solve this issue only with a military tool. Indeed, EUNAVFOR Aspides is just one tool in the hand of the European Union in terms of integrated approach, first of all. Second, I would like to say that the Aspides could be considered, let me say, a successful story. Just because in January 2024, United Nations signed a resolution 2722, and 1 month later, a set of warship already at sea in order to turn words into action. Action means presence, with a sort of a threefold mandate to guarantee a situational awareness, what's going on at sea, to accompany the merchant vessel, and to protect. All these tasks with a de-escalatory posture. The escalatory posture could be considered a key point in order to avoid any kind of escalation, taking account the behavior of UT. So it's crucial, the mandate of the European Union, not so easy to carry out, but it's important, the presence. And I would like to take into account also a specific event in order to show how is important the presence, and so that also the result of ISPIDES. Just a few months ago, motor vessel Soyunion, hit by the missile, was this vessel drifting along the sea line of communication in the Red Sea with 150,000 of tons of oil. You can imagine in terms of environment disaster. So, thanks let me say, the presence of the warships in a high-risk area where it's quite impossible to, let me say, to support a vessel in distress with a high risk, it was possible to move the ship in a safe place and to contain the risk and to save the entire area in terms of environment risk. Thanks to the presence of ISPIDES. So, ISPIDES is a tool. Depend on the willingness of not only European Union, but all the countries to collaborate. And so that I would like to touch on other keywords: the cooperation, the inclusiveness of ISPIDES, ready to collaborate with all the actors at different levels involved in maritime security. Maritime security means safety. So it's important, and the approach of the European Union towards the local community, the coastal state, we cannot to face this challenge without the support of the coastal states. And we are on the right track. What do you need? Persistency and the consistency, the continuous support by the European Union members, navies, in order to fuel the mission, to guarantee the presence of the warship. Thanks to the presence of the warship, I would like to say that we can also invest in the so-called, naval diplomacy. So warship, in order to guarantee the dialogue, in order to support the collaboration at different levels, not only at military level, but also as a tool in the hand of the European Union at interagency level.
Thank you. Thank you, Real Admiral. So, persistency is the key word, and the goal is naval diplomacy, also with regional partners. And here I would move to Dr. Aleriani. What has been the stance of the GCC states with regard to naval operations in the Red Sea so far? And do you expect any change in posture, in political choices by the GCC states with the elected US President Trump?
The GCC states have not had a unified approach, let's say. There are, again, back to the 3 points, but there are 3 approaches from the GCC states. There is the UAE approach, and the UAE is, of course, it has established its position in the southern Red Sea, and it feels that it needs to protect its interests there. So the UAE perhaps would be willing to take further action to limit what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea and to limit their outreach. But it is also not going to take that move without Saudi taking the first step and without some US security guarantees. If we think about the position or the stance of Saudi Arabia, since basically April 2022 and the beginning of the ceasefire and the kind of the Saudi-Houthi talks going into a serious direction, the Saudis have decided that they don't want to go back to the pre-April 2022 situation or context. They feel that they need to pacify they need to de-escalate, they have to focus on their economic interests, and the economic, there's high stakes when it comes to the economy for Saudi Arabia and also for the UAE. And so for Saudi, it will do whatever it can. Sometimes it seems that it will do it at any cost to avoid going back to a direct confrontation with the Houthis. We have also seen that they saw that the only way to really contain the situation with the Houthis and protect their national interests and ensure that there are no more missiles coming into their territory is that they went into the agreement with Iran, brokered by Beijing. Most of the items were referring to the Houthis. So this was their approach to deal with the Houthis and get the guarantees from Iran and China. The third stance within the GCC, let's say, is more containment, more trying to work within the context and the Yemeni and regional context. We can think of maybe Oman working as a mediator in this front, perhaps Qatar, but I think their position is also going to be challenged, especially with the Trump administration. We can imagine that they will not have the same space to, for example, host Houthi representatives and provide that space for the mediation. So at the moment, we don't have a unified stance from the GCC, and I think this is part of the problem. And if we think about really what should be the type of cooperation, we have to think of more comprehensive, multilateral approach to deal with this crisis. We need to see some alignment between the different approaches within GCC, but we also have to engage the littoral states to the Red Sea because their security interests are at stake, really, in the Horn of Africa and Egypt, as we've heard yesterday with the Excellency Foreign Minister of Egypt, who said that the loss from the Suez Canal exceeded $80 billion. This is huge. So I think we need to really think about more strategic approach to deal with the situation rather than every state dealing with it in isolation to protect its own interests, because this is not very sustainable.
Thank you, Dr. Aleriani. I agree on these nuanced positions that the GCC states have pursued and shown so far with regard to the Red Sea crisis. I have two final, very short questions, asking kindly for very short answers for our ministries. And the first question to Minister Zindani is, what do you think about the growing activism of Russia in Yemen? And then I will ask to State Minister Omar, what do you think about China and the intensification of diplomatic contacts that China has in the sub-region, in the Gulf of Aden, in the southern Red Sea? And do you think that China can be a stabilizer, a player of stabilization in the area? So please, Minister Zindani, you can start.
شكرا. بالنسبة لنا طبيعي روسيا هي دولة من الدول العظمى موجودة في مجلس الأمن الدولي، وأيضا يهمنا كحكومة يمنية أن نتعامل مع كافة الدول التي تدعم أيضا قضيتنا وتدعم أيضا الجهود السلمية في اليمن. بالنسبة لنا على الصعيد الرسمي كحكومة يمنية لم نلمس أي شيء من روسيا يتعارض مع هذا التوجه، وكانت روسيا في مجلس الأمن مع كافة القرارات التي اتخذت لدعم الحكومة اليمنية، ورغم الاختلافات اللي موجودة بين الدول في بعض الجزئيات. حاليا روسيا هي عبرت عن رغبتها بالتعاون معنا، وأعلنوا بشكل مبدئي عن إعادة فتح السفارة الروسية في عدن، وهذه نحن نعتبرها خطوة متقدمة، ونشجع كافة الدول أن يتواجدوا في عاصمة الدولة عدن، وهي عاصمة مؤقتة، وأيضا كافة المنظمات الدولية العاملة في اليمن بشكل عام. هناك معلومات تتردد عن العلاقة بين الحوثيين وروسيا. روسيا أكدت لنا بشكل قاطع أن جهودها مع الحوثيين هي باتجاه عملية السلام مثلها مثل الدول الأخرى، ولم ونفوا كل ما نسب إليهم من دعم الحوثيين أو تقديم المساعدات العسكرية لهم. فتقريبا هذا الوضع اللي موجود بالنسبة لروسيا وموقفها في اليمن.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much. State Minister Oman.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, China is a growing economic power. I think it is interest in the region is a positive. I think it will create more economic interest, more economic competition of the region. We have not seen anything that concerns about the security of the region, even though China has a military base in Djibouti, which is also on the Red Sea. So, I mean, all other nations, whether it's France or US or many other countries have military bases in Djibouti. But China's interest in the region is mostly economic. I mean, they built a lot of good infrastructure, both in Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya. I think that's a very positive, and we welcome, and we don't see anything that affects the security of either Red Sea or Gulf of Aden or on the Horn. So in general, to have more options, economic development, I think is a positive thing to have.
Thank you. Thank you to all our distinguished guests for joining this very rich and insightful conversation, and thank you for the public who attended this session. Have a nice day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Next session is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat.
Good morning, and thanks for being with us in this dialogue with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Migrants of Lebanon. But first of all, thank you, Minister, for being with us. I mean, we were mentioning a few minutes ago, having a coffee, that you are the man of the day. Your colleague told us that you are the man of every day for them, but here today, on the verge of a possible ceasefire in Lebanon, the conversation with you is even more precious than usual. You had yesterday a statement at the opening, but today we have again the opportunity with Lina Khatib, director of the SOAS Middle East Institute, to exchange a few points and comments with you. Let me start immediately. Is this microphone working? Yeah. Let me start immediately because, as I said, we are possibly, inshallah.
Oh, it's cutting off.
It's not coming out.
Sì, lo so. Io provo a parlare, se però datemi anche un gelato eventualmente, un gelato inteso come microfono, eventualmente anche un gelato. You know, this microphone in Italian we call it ice cream. So in case give me an ice cream, but meaning the microphone, but even a mic. Okay, let's see if it works. Ok, col gelato. Grazie mille, staccamo questo qui. Eccoci qua, perfetto. Va bene, sorry for this. This is the bello della diretta. So, we are possibly close to a ceasefire. The word possibly is necessary because in Gaza we've been several times possibly close a ceasefire, which did not materialize. But let's hope and assume this time is really the time. Minister, can you help us understand the term of the deal, the possible term of the deal? Because we have been reading and assessing in the last few days a few elements, the 30 or 60 days of the time frame, the role or not role for France in the committee, the desire or the willingness of Israel to keep a door open, to open the door in case of need. And so all
issues which were very crucial and delicate. So where are we on the possible agreement?
We are hopeful. I can't say more than that because of the experience the international community had in Gaza tells us that we should be hopeful but not certain that things would go the right way. Everybody is waiting for the Israeli security cabinet, whatever cabinet, to meet and decide and make a statement that they accept the ceasefire. Now, it is for 60 days. Now, things could have changed yesterday because, you know, I've been 2 days out of the country or so on the phone, but you don't get all the details on the phone. It is 60 days for withdrawal and for also the Lebanese armed forces to go to the south and for also the UNIFIL to take the new, it's not a new job, but to become more, all of us become more effective south of the Litani.
And 60 days is also a present to Trump, because 60 days means...
Exactly. I think, you know, think about American politics, I don't think Mr. Netanyahu is going to give this pleasure, all the pleasure, to President Biden. He's going to give it, some of it to President-elect Trump, yeah. So because it will finish by the end, you know, 60 days, it will be by the end of January. And this means that we, in Lebanon, we will be sending in these 60 days, and this is as the Israelis withdraw, will fill in their place around 5,000 troops. This would be added to around 5,000 that exist in the south. And in cooperation with UNIFIL, after 60 days, the only authority in South Lebanon, in south of the Litani, not South Lebanon, in south of the Litani, it would be the authority of the Lebanese government, which means that also with the help of UNIFIL, of course, the Lebanese army, Lebanese armed forces would be, or security would be prevailing in South Lebanon. All weapons would be government weapons, legalized by the government. Everything would be this in 60 days. This is the condition from our side. This is what we want to do, what is our duty. And then becomes the day after, which is very difficult because...
On the day after, we will get back
we'll stop
in a few minutes. No. We want to get your comments on many more issues. No, but why is for Lebanon so crucial that in the committee France is involved?
Okay.
In the committee supervising what's being agreed.
You know, this committee we have based on the new committee based on two previous committees. One in 1996, there was a committee after the Kana bombing and so on, which is a village in South Lebanon that the Israelis bombed then, made up of 5 countries, Lebanon and Israel, France and the United States, and Syria. Syria now is not involved, so there is UNIFIL. And there is a committee based from the 1701, United Security Council 1701, which meets all the time, tripartite committee at the, I think, military level between Israel, Lebanon, and UNIFIL. So we put them together and made it this way, you know. We didn't, now, is this open? Yeah, this could be open in the future for other countries, whether European or Arab countries, to join. It could be open, but it has to be in a unanimous decision.
My last question on the possible agreement. You mentioned that part of the agreement is that the Lebanese army will take full control of the South
Litani.
And with UNIFIL. And the question is the Lebanese army in a position to do that? Because that's a critical issue which many has raised. And will UNIFIL role be expanded in your vision, in your view?
only authority that can extend UNIFIL role is the Security Council.
Yeah.
And we are not going again back to the Security Council. We have to wait until September for the extension, because it's 1 year extension of UNIFIL, if any change is going to take place. But it would be more. I mean, you know, there would be more cooperation. I would stress more cooperation between the Lebanese Armed Forces and UNIFIL. UNIFIL cannot do it alone. Neither the Lebanese army can do it alone. They have to do it together. Together, there would be something like 20,000 troops. They have to do the work that was required from them in 1701. Regarding France also, yes, there was an objection because of the ICC and so on for France to be in. I think it was settled. We insisted on France. Otherwise, we'll go back to the 1701, the three countries. We insisted on France, and I think between France, United States, and Israel, they managed to fix the situation, and France is there.
Thank you. Lina.
Yes, good morning, and thank you so much for being with us. I just wanted to follow up because you mentioned the US. One of the things that is particularly striking about the possible ceasefire deal is that it will have US oversight over what happens if it's 60 days, in the 60 days of the deal. For an entity like Hezbollah to accept having US oversight is it's a pretty significant move. So my question is, does this signal a change in the way the Lebanese state is going to have its relationship with the US in this regard?
I think we have very good relations with the United States. There is dialogue all the time. You know, yes, there was Mr. Hochstein became the sole person working with this issue, but he was working with us, and he had a really thrive. He had a push. He himself did a very good job in pushing it for many reasons, and I think you know, we still hope that this tonight will be successful in this regard. So we have these relations with the United States. I mean, the United States is very important, gives very important support for the Lebanese armed forces and other things. And we are promised that the United States also, in rebuilding, reconstructing the South, they would work on the infrastructure as well.
Yeah, I mean, on that question, thinking about the day after, you said the US will hopefully play a role. What about other actors, such as Gulf actors, the international community at large? What is the plan being discussed internally in Lebanon about the need?
You know, we were so busy, all of us, with the ceasefire, because without ceasefire, destruction, killing, death, blood, whatever, would continue. And we are against that. We wanted to stop it because the country was paralyzed, although it is in few parts of the country the fighting was, but the country as a whole is paralyzed. And we wanted to finish this and to have a ceasefire. Hopefully tonight, by tonight, we will have this ceasefire. So did we think very much about the day after? No. I mean, there hasn't been, but I think, you know, there is some plans. I know that a lot of international organizations, we have a committee also to work on it. They have plans. I'm not aware of them, but we do have. And it is building the infrastructure and housing, because we have more than between 50 and 60,000 houses in the south and in the Bekaa and in Beirut that, you know, that we need to rebuild, because we have 1.5 million displaced Lebanese living in schools. And as you know, yesterday, the day before, the Minister of Education have stopped schools because we want to put, you know, displaced people in schools. So it's a very difficult time. I think we'll manage it. It's a small country, and I think we do work with each other, and I think we'll manage to do something.
Well, speaking of working with each other, I want to turn to the domestic political situation. Obviously, Lebanon has been in political vacuum for 2 years, without a president, only a caretaker cabinet. Surely now's the time for the Lebanese politicians to feel the urgency of the need to fill this vacuum.
You know that we are a caretaker government. In 24 members of the government, we have one member of parliament only. So we don't deal very much with the presidency. This is the parliament. And one of the ills of democracy in our region, like we witnessed it in Iraq as well as in Lebanon, when you have free elections, you may not get a majority. I mean, electing a president needs 2/3 majority. We have 128 members of parliament, 86 are needed. It's so far they found it not difficult, somehow impossible to rally 86 members of parliament to elect a president or to agree on a president. It's a very difficult times, and I think we have to overcome it. And I know that there are a lot of members of parliament that are asking for a simple majority. I think this would be dangerous for Lebanon. Especially at this time, we need a president that would put people together, get people together. It's not a matter of the laugh. The Lebanese armed forces is a disciplined force. All commanders were successful. Since independence, there is no commander of the Lebanese armed forces that failed in doing what he has to do. So we know that we have it. Now we need a president that would put the country together. And I mean this politically. Is it an easy task? I don't think it's an easy task.
So is it ceasefire first, then president? Why should these two files be linked?
There is disagreement on that in Lebanon, but this is what's happening, is that, I give you an example. It would have been, if there is an election before a ceasefire, it would have been very difficult for members of parliament belonging to Hezbollah to come to the parliament. It's not safe. And we should trust us here? No, we don't. Okay, so they don't at least. So it is a difficult time. I'm not justifying not having president. This has been more than 2 years. We've been without a president, and I think the parliament, one way or another, this is personal view, that they should have elected a president. You cannot continue in a vacuum, and everybody, all those are concerned about Lebanon, countries or people, they ask us, you've got to get a president. You've got to elect a president.
I'm going to hand back to Paolo.
I know we have been talking in many sessions, even this edition of MET, of the role or the non-role of the European Union in the crisis. But let me ask you, what would you expect Europe to do now in the next few months, after the ceasefire? What is Lebanese expectation on Europe in the near future?
The problem of Europe is that, as now the HRVP says, is that it's very difficult to unite Europe on one issue. There is always one country objection. So it's not easy and this means that it's not easy for Europe to play a political role. Now, countries in Europe play a political role. France plays a very important role. Italy is playing a role also, and can play even an increasing role in Lebanon and the situation in Lebanon. So Europe can help more in the economic process, in the reconstruction process, more than in the political process as a unit, let me say. But as a separate country, Britain plays also a role. As a separate countries, they do play a role, but it's very difficult for them to play it because of the structure of Europe. Like, we can't, because of the elections in Lebanon, produced a parliament that cannot elect a president. The same thing in Europe. The laws in Europe cannot make it united and cannot make it take a decision. I heard that from Mr. Borrell. You know, it's not like my.
No. I mean, I can't say this is the answer I was hoping to get as a European. But I think it's a very realistic answer. I mean, we are often not involved in breaking something, but when something is broken, we are asked to help pay for the broken situation. But let's hope this may change. But now we have been trying to ask you, Lina and myself, to discuss the day after. And you answered several times, we had no time to think for the day after so far. But I need to force you, Minister, on this issue, because as I did with the Egyptian foreign minister yesterday, you know, MED this year is the 10th anniversary of MED, and when we started this exercise, we decided to put a title, a claim, which was a positive agenda, but then we realized that mentioning only the positive agenda, given the situation of the region, was too optimistic, and so we put comma, beyond turmoil. And in these last 10 years, we had no shortage of turmoil. You know, we had Islamic State, Syria, and Libya, and Iran, and then COVID, and now this year, the utmost turmoil. But we need to look at the positive agenda. And the positive agenda, of course, is the day after. We cannot talk about the positive agenda looking at last year, of course. So what is your vision of a possible but realistic positive agenda for the region and for your country? Lina asked you already on the country, but can you wrap up and close this session with your vision of the positive agenda for the region and for your country?
Let me say this about my country first.
My country first is very
MAGA.
is very.
You know, we have occupied land. We hopefully that this process would lead to negotiations with Israel on the borders and will settle once and for all the borders between us and Israel. And it has not been settled for a long time. And Israelis have been refusing to talk about it. And the problem of Lebanon is that as long as there is occupation, and this is international law, you cannot stop resistance. Call it in the West terrorism, call it whatever it is resistance. That whenever you have occupation, you have resistance. And unless we settle this, Israel accepts to settle the borders once and for all, I think resistance would come back and problems would come back. If not in a year or 5 years or 10 years, one day it would come back. We've been, since 2006, up until October 8, 2023, the borders between us and Israel did not witness any important clash, any important problem. Really, there is some problems here and there that they were solved on the ground, you know. So what we need is, if we need a stable border, if we need to have, and for us to build a very strong state, we need to settle the borders with Israel. And if Israel continues to refuse to settle the border, it will be very difficult politically to control in the future the resistance. This is very important. You know, political, in a small country like Lebanon, economics, especially the Lebanese all over the world, and they are, you know, like I always say, we have 1 million Lebanese between Europe, Africa, and the Gulf. And they are supporting Lebanon now. We have a dollarized economy. We pay most of our bills in dollars rather than, except when you deal with the government, it has to be in Lebanese currency. So I'm not afraid for Lebanon economically. I'm afraid for security, for, you know, stability in the country. It would produce economic growth quickly. We have banking sector is not yet fixed. that we have to fix the banking sector. There is no trust in the bankers in Lebanon, in the banking sector in Lebanon. There is no change. I mean, the disaster that it was caused in 2019 by the banking sector did not cause the change of the administration. They are still the same. So the people are really afraid to put their money there. And still those banks are not giving any credit to industry, agriculture, housing, anything yet. So the banking sector is still not working very well. We've got to fix the banking sector, hopefully with the help of the IMF as well. So I think once it's done, if we get security, if we get stability in the country, I'm not afraid for the economy. So it gradually will build back what we lost with the help of, as we say it in Lebanon, with the brothers, we say each other brothers among the Arab world, and the friends. I think we can rebuild the country.
And on the region?
On the region, you need a solution for the Palestinian problem. This problem has been with us since 1948. And it has not been, its effectiveness on the region and the world has not been slowing down. On the contrary, I see the Palestinian nationalism stronger than it was in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And if Israelis think that they can suffocate the Palestinians, they are mistaken. They are creating problems for themselves. Unless they solve this problem with the Palestinians, the way they both have to solve it together, there would be no peace in the region. And the region would always have something, hopefully not, but always would have something like October 7 and so on. So similar to it, and you see that those October 7s have been getting worse and worse. They have not been, let's say, this is reducing. Yes, you can kill Hamas, but there would be, I mean, what do you do with 15,000 orphans? They all have bitterness about Israel. They all, unless there is something, and now they are killing UNRWA. So who's going to help them? These are going to go to extreme organizations in the future. And that's what Israelis have to understand, that they cannot finish the Palestinian problem until there is a settlement between them and the Palestinians.
Excellency, thank you very much. We all cross fingers for your country, for your region. And we discussed before that we will have next year a step in between the two MED on Lebanon and see how, and assess how the situation is evolving. Please join me in a round of applause for Minister and for Lina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I will ask you to find a seat so we could start as soon as we can. Good morning again. Welcome to our session, Soft Tools for Diplomacy, Peace and Reconciliations. It's in cooperation, our meeting is in cooperation with the Martin Center. Allow me to read a piece of our talking points. Public institutions and civil society can play an important role by promoting cooperation and intercultural dialogue, making sure that Mediterranean can once again act as a place of encounter, a bridge between people and cultures. Well, actually, I don't agree. At least, I'm not so optimist. I'm pessimist. Maybe because I live in Jerusalem, in the middle of the hatred between two people, two civil societies that are not recognizing the narrative of the other, and two civil societies refusing to dialogue. Yesterday, I was moderating the closed-door meeting of the about the Palestinians, and we got another experience of this kind. Well, I try to remember in the Hamil Habibi novelist, his novel, wonderful novel, he's died, was a Palestinian-Israeli writer. He wrote a wonderful novel called The Pessimist. I try to put, but again, my pessimism is still prevailing on the optimism. Maybe my pessimism is misplaced, but we will discover it today. Our panelists, our speakers are Michael Haddad, or Michel Haddad.
Thank you.
Is the reliable proof that my pessimism could be wrong. Introducing Michael or Michel, a Lebanese, as the goodwill ambassador for climate action in the Arab states and responsible ambassador for disability and inclusion. I tell you only a small piece of his story, of what is and what he's doing. He broke a gazillions of sport and physical records, but what he deserves most is the gold medal of optimist. I count on you to change my mind. Charlotta Spare, she's the deputy director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, which is the watchdog of military expenditure and arms trade in the world. Charlotta served for many years at the Swedish Foreign Service. She was ambassador in Cairo and Amman, and the director of the Swedish Dialogue Institute for the Middle East. And then Klaus Welle. Yes, Welle is correct. Ich nicht sprach Deutsch. Alles gut. Is council chairman of the Martin Center for European Studies in Brussels. And Welle is a well-known politician, member of CDU. He was Secretary General of the European Parliament from 2009 and 2022, working with 5 presidents. Well, Klaus, let me start with you. As European, I define myself citizen of Europe, born in Italy. I have to admit that a lot of mistrust govern the Euro-Mediterranean relations. What the European Union and its Parliament should do to get things better?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. First, I have to make a confession. I'm not an expert on the Mediterranean, but given that we will also discuss the role of the European Parliament, maybe I have my place here on this panel. If we are saying mistrust is governing the relationship between the North and the South, I believe we are underestimating the problem. Because once we look into the South, we see that mistrust is also governing the relations South and South. And that's not just Israel with Lebanon or Israel with Palestine. If I'm correctly informed, the border between Algeria and Morocco is still closed. We have the problem in the Western Sahara. We have a terrible situation in Libya. So geographically, we can speak about a South, but politically, we cannot speak about a South. So the coordination issue between North and South is much more difficult as if it would just be North and South, because we have huge South-South issues which are also hindering progress. But still, the European Union is the biggest investor still the biggest trading partner. So how do we deal with this when we don't have one South? My feeling is that on the one hand, we maybe have to deal with specific groups on specific issues. For example, between Egypt and Cyprus, there are some arrangements in the energy sector and precise progress being made. The same is true on renewable energies. But given from where I'm coming, I was also the Secretary General of the EPP Transnational Party. My impression is that political parties could also play an important role because they are networks of trust. They provide direct access between leaders, not just party leaders, but also government leaders, between different organizations. So I believe that we need to find also flexible formulas to provide access of actors from the South to decision makers in Europe through European political parties. The same is true for universities, political foundations, which I'm representing here as well with the Martin Center.
Thank you. Michael, prove me my pessimism is misplaced. You're coming from a country which has got a lot of problems, but maybe, inshallah, maybe the peace is on the horizon.
Inshallah. So, being Lebanese, and thank you for asking me, Abu Dawood, this question. You know, for the past 5 years, we experienced semi-total collapse when it comes to governmental institutions. So you could actually say that our government and our population is surviving based on the civil society and the strength of depending one on each other. So as you know, we had, after COVID, we had the worst economical crisis in the world, collapse of the banking system, total collapse of institutions everywhere. But as Lebanese, we supported each other, and crazy, we survived, and we are surviving this. So from many dimensions, I believe, and I'm a strong believer, that we could bridge a civil society the divides. And having the Lebanese experience, we are living proof that we could unite people together. Because our relationship with each other is human to human. Especially now, when the human component, we have a question mark on it. Today, and please accept a little bit of what I'm going to say. We as humans, especially in the Middle East, are under a critical question mark and challenge. Where are we going for the upcoming 10, 20, and 30 years when it comes to humanity? We are seeing things happening that is outside the norms. And what is worse, I'm talking from a human perspective, from every single side. So I'm a person who got paralyzed from the chest down at the age of 6. Everybody told me that it is impossible for you to stand up and walk. I believe that through determination and faith in each other and myself, I managed to do what people thought that it is impossible to do. And I think my experience as a human living in the Middle East could echo on everybody. I proved to myself that nothing is impossible, and maybe I'm here to prove to everybody that together we could build bridges together, we could find solutions together, we could at least discuss, talk, specify the problems, and take steps forward. So I believe that together we could do impossible actions.
Yeah, actually, I have to say, living in Beirut for 4 years in the 80s during the Civil War, that was amazing, because then after 15 years of civil war, the Lebanese civil society, they started to call 15 years of civil war l'événement. Like, you know, a car crash, a small car crash on the Corniche. So the capability to restart, to live together, but we will still we have to watch what is going on in the next days and the diplomacy. Charlotte, In 2023, I'm quoting ISPI, the world spent $2,443 billion for the defense. The United States was first, $916 billion, the same amount of the next 10 countries combined. In the context of a Middle East fragmented and primary buyer of arms, what can be the strategies to foster cooperation and security?
First of all, thank you very much for having me on this wonderful panel. Well, of course, you're absolutely right that we have a situation of securitization and militarization, an enormously complex geopolitical situation, and the fragmentation that you're mentioning. In that situation, it's easy to make the mistake of thinking only in hard security terms. And I'm very glad that a conference like this and many other conferences are also looking at other dimensions. For the last decades, we have been working on developing the concepts on human security, on ecological security. And I think we all need to really take security from a very broad perspective, looking at it as the national security, the human security, and the ecological security. In this, of course, diplomacy plays an absolutely crucial role, but not only the traditional state-to-state diplomacy, but the diplomacy in the, so to say, modern sense, where diplomats are also engaging with different other actors, with the civil society, with researchers and think tanks, with the media, with private sector. So I think that kind of engagement is also something that is absolutely crucial at all levels. Dialogue is the tool and the method, but also not only the means, but also a goal in itself. If we can have a chance to better understand each other, including threat perceptions, including grievances, then we also have greater opportunities to address the different challenges. As Michael was mentioning, we are facing so many different challenges, be they economic, be it security and politics, or be it environmental or climate, or be it on the migration side. All of these issues we will need to solve, and we will need to solve it together. And dialogue is, I think, the only way forward in that regard. So I'm very glad that we put together this session on, so to say, soft tools of addressing these issues as well. On the question of optimism and pessimism, if you allow me, I think it's not a question of choosing one or the other. It is, at least as far as I see it, very much a question of an obligation that we have to the generations before us and to the generation after us to actually create a world that is worth living in. And we can only do that if we can coexist in a good manner.
Thank you. Very well said. Yeah, please, why not? Well, I don't remember clearly, but I think I've been so unpolite. I'm not introducing myself. My name is Ugo Tramballi, and I'm senior advisor with ISPI and a columnist with Il Sole 24 Ore, the Italian equivalent of the Financial Times. Michael, I want to come back to you. At the end of the day, you are an ambassador on climate action in the Middle East, one of the most polluted places in the world. It's not enough. But the civil societies of the region are confronting many challenges that seems to be apparently more compelling, at least. How can you raise the awareness also on the climate change? What is the reaction, the response?
So, thank you for this question, Abu Dawood. So, my work lately...
It's my nom de guerre, Abu Dawood.
...is to connect climate impact on the most vulnerable communities. As you know, 16% of the world population suffer from a kind of disability, which is 1.4 billion people around the world. When it comes to the Middle East and the conflict, we have alarming numbers. Like 28 to 32% of the population in Syria suffer from disabilities. And due to the marginalization and the absence of government support and integration and inclusion, and based on studies, each and every person suffering from a disability is dependent on 5 people for his or her survival. This is the disability component. When it comes to the climate component, we all know Middle East is one of the most affected countries or regions in the world when it comes to climate. Heat waves, drought, 65% of its food is dependent on others. So when it comes to our region, it is a red alarm. When it comes to the most vulnerable communities, people with disabilities and special needs, because the special needs community is also a community which is different than the disability community. It includes elderly, children, temporarily disabled people, and pregnant women, etc., etc. So with the marginalization of the most vulnerable communities, people with disabilities and marginalized communities, this marginalization is alarming. And the impact of the devastating climate actions on this population is also alarming. So for the past 5 years, I'm voicing out, and again, thank you for Italy, thank you for the Med Dialogue, thank you for all, for allowing me to highlight the most vulnerable community and the disability component when it comes to the region, and when it comes to climate, and when it comes to the intersection of climate and the most vulnerable community. If you want to ask me for soft power, and I think there is a very big area of soft power when we help, especially to bridge both shores, when you have the evolved Europe with all the knowledge when it comes to inclusion, and this vast percentage of people living in those marginalized areas, most vulnerable communities, from the know-how perspective, from the support perspective, and how to empower this community to be part of building up their futures, their countries. So if I want to just mention the wars and the conflict areas and the alarming numbers in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Sudan. So if we start guiding those populations, empowering those populations, building bridges, building dialogues, empowering the civil societies, because till this moment, regionally and internationally, from my perspectives and my work in this region and the world, still, people with disabilities, they don't have a strong voice. Again, thank you for the Med Dialogue, for everybody here, for giving us this voice now. We have to be part of the solution. We have to be part of the decision-making, and also we could play a very big and strong part in the peace building and bridging both communities everywhere, especially in the Mediterranean.
Shukran and Afwan. Klaus, again, how the European public institution, our parliament, can foster a better dialogue between the two shores of the Mediterranean. It seems to me that the European country sensitivity is dictated much more by geography rather than a common interest. I mean, the Middle East, the Southern Europeans, they're taking care of Middle East. The Eastern Europeans taking care of the danger of Putin and Russia. The northern countries will take care about the Arctic and so on.
Yes, Ugo, thank you for that question. You can have that impression, for example, when you're having a look at the military support given for Ukraine. And the further away you're living from Ukraine, the smaller are the donations. But I believe it's a major mistake, because Russia is not only in the east, Russia is also in the south. Russia was in Syria. Millions of people have been displaced in Syria. Millions of people had to come to Europe. And Syria is not a country of the east. Syria is a Mediterranean country. And have a look at the Sahel zone. All the countries now in the Sahel zone are more or less dependent on Russian troops, which were formerly known as Wagner troops. They could destabilize the Sahel zone and with it Northern Africa at any given moment, and the effects would be immediately there also for the South. So to believe that we can have this kind of division of labor, Russia is just a problem for the East, is a major mistake, as it is a major mistake to believe that the South is just a problem for the Southern European countries. But the Parliament, in fact, can do a lot and is doing a lot. We established a parliamentary assembly together with the southern countries for the Mediterranean. There are 5 permanent working groups where members of Parliament, European Parliament, national parliaments are working together on issues like the environment, on issues like the economy, on issues like culture. I was the head of cabinet to the president of the Parliament when we conducted a year of interreligious and intercultural dialogue, and we invited Muslim leaders from Syria, from Egypt, also Jewish representatives from London and other religious communities, something which is very important. And when you look at the leadership of the European institutions nowadays, I believe there's a window of opportunity. The European Parliament is led by Roberta Metsola. Roberta is coming from Malta. She knows exactly what we are talking about, and we are going to have the President of the European Council, Costa, Prime Minister for a long time in Portugal, who exactly knows what he's talking about. So I think there is a momentum which we could use now to reinvigorate that dialogue between the northern and the southern shore of the Mediterranean.
Sure. Let's hope. Charlotte, what tools could be used to promote a culture of understanding in the Euro-Mediterranean region? And as a follow-up, do you agree regarding what Klaus said right now?
I think much of what Klaus said, I fully agree with. However, I think I want to add one element, and that is, of course, that we are all living much more in a complex world and where we are meeting each other in a different way than we used to do. So whether it is a Southern European country or a Northern European country, most of our countries have a significant part of our population who have their roots in the region. And I think working much more with the diaspora is one key element in this work. There's always a risk with the discussion of culture, of talking about my culture and your culture and the differences between them. And while recognizing the differences and realizing the challenges that may be in there, I think the great prospect is when we, in those differences, can see a diversity and an inclusion and how we can learn from each other. How it is not one culture that is better than another culture, but that they represent themselves in a different way, and where our common humanity is something that we need to, so to say, emphasize much more. And the common heritage that we have in the Euro-Mediterranean area, whether we come from Northern Europe like Klaus and myself, or from Southern Europe like you, or from the Southern Mediterranean like Michael, there is so much that historically, culturally binds us together. In terms of tools, it's first and foremost, I see a question of actually opening our minds and seeing the opportunity of learning. And art and culture, I think, has an absolutely magnificent, powerful is a magnificent and powerful tool in doing so. We go into a cinema and we watch a movie for a couple of hours. And it is a difference between seeing it in the cinema compared to sitting home in your own sofa and maybe you scroll your phone and you do other things. But when you immerse yourself in a film and you see a film from Morocco, and you see a reality presenting problems and challenges that are very specific to the environment where the film is set, and yet the same story could in a different way have been told somewhere else. So those human stories, I think, are absolutely key. Film is a powerful tool, but obviously so is art, so is literature. Something that I want to maybe mention in this regard is also the question of storytelling. At last year's Stockholm Forum on Peace and Development, that is SIPRI's big flagship forum, we had a session on storytelling and how storytelling can be used to overcome biases, to build mutual understanding between cultures, but also between generations or between people of all kinds of differences, creating these human connections, pointing both to the similarities but also to the differences in a constructive way and developing an empathy. However, we also need to be aware that storytelling and culture in general can also be used to divide us. There is a risk, we see it with certain political parties. Maybe the most striking example is the Nazi propaganda during the 30s and the 40s, and how that created a divide between people. So there is a question of, do we present the stories of the other as someone who is other and hence lesser worth, or do we present the stories of ourselves and of each other in a way that can help us understand both ourselves and the others? Finally, I want to stress the importance of co-creation, because while I can really open my eyes by seeing that film from Morocco or from Egypt or from Lebanon, I think it is the meetings when we then can sit down with others and actually have a discussion about it. Or when filmmakers come together and produce a film together. And over the last decades, we have seen incredible cultural collaboration between people in the whole Euro-Mediterranean space who have come together, who have co-created, and who have produced things that then can connect maybe more easily and be those precise bridges between people from the different shores of the Mediterranean. Adding to a film experience, a conversation afterwards, a discussion. What was it that I saw? What touched me? What moved me? What made me angry? What made me sad? When we can have that conversation, and it may be very different for me as a woman from Sweden to what it would be for a man from Lebanon. But when we can see those differences as a part of better understanding, then we have come a very long way.
Sure. Well, shortly, let me insist with you on those issues. What is your opinion on real chances to develop better forms of cultural and political cooperation in a region which is so is not going better, but is increasingly fragmented?
Well, again, I have spent my whole grown-up life working in and with the Middle East. I have spent some 25 years living in the region, and I've followed the region closely for the last 4 decades. Among the things that give me hope in this quite gloomy picture that we see is what I would call cultural explosion in the region. There is such an enormous creativity in everything from literature, to film, to design, to a reconnecting to roots, but also exploring new avenues and new elements, in breaking former taboos. Questions that could not be discussed 10 years ago are now being discussed, very often thanks to the cultural spaces, and being discussed within the Middle East, North Africa region, but also being discussed across and with Europe. So again, I think that the work that has been done, and I want maybe here to highlight, for example, the work of the Anna Lindh Foundation and its network and network of networks that I think do a great work in terms of presenting the diversity. At a time that we are living in with the geopolitical situation we have, the military spending that you mentioned, and I think that will continue for a while, but in that, we have to remember that culture is not a luxury. It's not an add-on. It's not an afterthought. It's far much more expensive for all of us, and not least looking at Europe, who very often have been very generous with its contributions, both in terms of humanitarian aid and in development cooperation. But it's far much more expensive to pay for reconstruction than it is to pay for conflict prevention and in working for greater understanding. So again, I want to make a real call and a real pledge, both for diplomacy, but also for really working on these human connections and on the soft tools as a way and as a part of the conflict prevention. Obviously, it's not enough. There are many other things that also are needed, but I believe that this is an important ingredient in the human relations and in the better understanding. On the question of fragmentation, yes, there is a fragmentation, but we are also seeing much more of access than we ever had before. I was previously saying it's nice to see a film in the cinema, and I stand with that, but the fact that many of us have different streaming services coming in with films into our sofas, in our living rooms, are also making accessible in a way than we've ever seen before within the Middle East, North Africa region, but also again between the region and Europe. We are seeing each other's films. We are reading each other's books in a way that we didn't do in the past. That again is a grain of hope, but do we read it because we want to look for the differences, or are we reading it or watching it because we want to better understand and want to see our commonalities?
Thank you. Michael, I want to insist, as I made with Charlotte, to what for some extent you already said, but I wanted to press you about this. Several countries in the region have complicated sectarian relations. Lebanon is one remarkable example. How can you build a culture of inclusivity? You mentioned before the difficulties of inclusivity in this region, and what kind of synergies you can are needed can be put on how could I say, to be pressing on this?
Thank you for this question again, Abu Dawood, and I would like to make it very simple. It is to ensure that no one is left behind. As I said, there is a very big question mark on the humanity and the human being, the person and the individual and the group. What is happening in Lebanon and in the region is a challenge for humanity. How are we going to go? What is next? Being Lebanese and going back on the previous question, we have proven that civil society, the power of the individual, the power of the group, people together, we could make this change. Beirut itself, 7,000-year-old city, destroyed 7 times. It has been built over the century. We will build it again. But what will humanity learn from our experiences? And we all know that war spreads and also peace spreads. What are we, the decision makers here today, going to learn from our experiences? We as individuals, we as humans, we as groups, what are our next steps? Today, what is happening is not easy. It is a lesson to be learned. We are in the middle of it. There is big question marks on the existence of human values. Going back to the micro, to this question, I think the most important answer for your question, before going to the empty titles, is how to leave no one behind, how to live together, learn from each other culturally, religiously, using art, I don't know. Being a disabled living in the Arab state region, being a disabled traveling the world, I know the meaning of being underprivileged. I have seen how humans are treated. And whatever is left behind will always backfire. So how we take the next steps forward, how we look at things, how we act on things, how we promote using diplomacy, peace, how we save our human values, how we save our humanities, how we look into this future, into this upcoming future, is the real question mark. So, in a nutshell, I don't know the answer, but maybe I could indicate about the questions that has to be asked, especially when I come from Lebanon, from a country that is asking a question not for this country, but for all humanity. Last but not least, Your Excellency, I would love to invite Klaus, Abu Dawood, and Charlotta to Lebanon to see our culture, to see our cities, and to see our 8,000 years of civilization that we gave to the world. And again, from Italy, from the Med Dialogue, thank you for giving us a voice. And I'm sure that together, each and every one of us, from a person with a disability who, from a personal experience, found out that each and every individual could do a change, I think each and every one of you could be this change. And together, I'm very sure that we could change the world to the good, especially at this moment when our existence is in a very big question mark.
Okay. So we will have... So we will have Sultan Ibrahim together in Beirut, inshallah. Klaus, in conclusion, given the political dissimilarity, I use a soft word, soft definition, between the European and Middle Eastern political institutions, what role the human development plays strengthening cooperation?
Yeah, you mentioned the role of the European institutions. We are now at a decisive phase. I'm sure that in a couple of days, until then the 1st of December, we will have a new European Commission, supported by the same Commission as every Commission since the beginning of the European Union, so the European People's Party, the Socialists and the Liberals. And Ursula von der Leyen has announced that she wants to have a 100 days program for a kind of restart with the Mediterranean. And for the moment, it's not clear what will be in it. And maybe this is an opportunity, not just a problem. Because from people who know the region much better than I'm told, start listening a bit more. Don't know everything in advance. Don't do your traditional policies also for this region. And I think that's exactly what we now need to do. One topic from my point of view is clear. Somebody here during this conference said in Egypt, every year, 2.5 million new Egyptians. They need to be educated. They want to participate in life. So I think there is definitely one priority in the area of education. And I know that many years ago, during Chancellor Kohl's time, when he was Chancellor in Germany, there was an initiative to work together between Germany and Egypt on professional education, practical skills. I think something like this can have a huge impact on human development, especially given the demographic development in the area.
Thank you very much. Well, our session on soft tool for democracy, organized in cooperation with Martin Center, is over. I cannot say that I'm optimistic now, but at least I reached the point of pessimism. I will remain a pessimistic, inshallah, for the next, all over the next year. We will see. Maybe next year we will check my pessimism. Thank you very much to everyone. Have a nice day, a wonderful day. And be optimistic.
Charlotta, you know our ambassador?
I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to start. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's past 12 o'clock, so I can wish you already a good afternoon. And I would like to welcome you to our panel on humanitarian assistance in jeopardy. It's a bit difficult to say that we have a wonderful panel with this extremely sad topic, the humanitarian assistance in jeopardy. But still, it's wonderful for two reasons. First, we have absolutely wonderful panelists, and I'm really very happy to have the honor of moderating a little bit our debate for the next 60 minutes. But also, it is wonderful to put this topic on the agenda, because there's too much acceptance of the facts, too much acceptance of human suffering, as if we couldn't do anything about it, as if we couldn't be better in the way how and where we deliver not only humanitarian assistance, but how we look into the needs of people in the crisis. We're speaking often about crisis as a security matter, as a foreign policy matter, as a matter of international cooperation, yes. But ultimately, there are people who are suffering, people who are dying, hopes that are being destroyed, lives that have few chances. And that is, I think, which we should remember, not only on Sunday mornings, but also in our day-to-day work. And I hope we can shed some more light on that, not only in the way of describing what the facts are, because we are at an expert conference, you know the facts, but also finding approaches, avenues, possibilities to how we could increase the effectiveness of what we're doing on the humanitarian side, but perhaps also beyond. So I'm very happy to welcome all of you here. My name is Michael Köhler. I'm a former EU official, Director General for Humanitarian Aid for some years, but now I'm working as a Grand Bargain Ambassador, which is the international process to render humanitarian aid more efficient and effective. I'm very happy to welcome my colleagues here on the panel, starting with the ladies. Sara Pantuliano comes to us, well, I would say from London, but she comes from Salerno, so she has a very strong Italian touch, obviously. Sara is not only the executive director of ODI, of the Overseas Development Institute, ODI Global, in London, therefore perhaps the most renowned think tank in development and humanitarian studies worldwide. But she also has a long academic curriculum. She studied and did a PhD at the University of Leeds in international and in politics and international studies. And she has been with ODI for quite some years, inter alia also as director in a previous incarnation for the humanitarian program of ODI. So Sarah, very much welcome. I'm very happy that you're on the panel. And you will be assisted by David Harland, sitting next to you, who is a New Zealander, but living in Geneva, so he knows a couple of words in French in the meantime. I always admired David for his very strong interest in the history of the Crusades, but this is not what we're going to discuss here. David obviously is the executive director of CHD, the Center on Humanitarian Dialogue in Geneva, which a post that he has since 2011. He has a PhD from Fletcher School of Diplomacy, has a master of Harvard in Eastern Asian Studies, so he has the full academic background, but he has even more the practical background in international mediation, but also the humanitarian dimension of conflict management. So very much welcome to David. We have next to David Carl Scull. Carl, who is the Deputy Executive Director and COO of the World Food Programme here in Rome. Before that, he was head of multilateral affairs in the Swedish Foreign Ministry. He's a seasoned Swedish diplomat who always shifted between the UN and the national service. And he is definitely the practitioner among the people here on the panel. He has been to Gaza 3 times since 7 October, the World Food Programme being one of the major agencies that provide assistance there. So very much welcome to Carl. And absolutely not least, we have Paul Richard Gallagher, who is the Vatican Secretary of Relations with States. Bishop Gallagher is an even more seasoned diplomat, I think, in terms of length of service in the diplomacy of the Holy See. If I'm well informed, you are a diplomat of the Holy See since 1984. Mm-hmm. You have been apostolic nuncio in a number of countries, but also some countries that are definitely marked by humanitarian crises, like Burundi, like Guatemala. You definitely, from your position, have lots of contacts with the Middle East, but I think you can also bring us the more general view about the humanitarian system, and maybe also what religious organizations, faith-based organizations, in particular, of course, the Catholic Church, can contribute in order to give better access to the people who are in need and who need humanitarian assistance to survive. So, wonderful panel. And what we would like to do is that we proceed from the specific to the general. We would like to have a first round of exchanges on the crisis in Gaza, in particular the humanitarian crisis, then speak a little bit more about the regional dimension, and then later perhaps draw some conclusions on humanitarian issues in times of global fragmentation. Once again, our panel is called Humanitarian in Jeopardy. And what is this jeopardy? What is the risk? What is the danger? It would be too short to think that we only have funding problems. The funding problems are gigantic. They will be getting worse in 2025, according to everything we can forecast already. But this is not the only problem. There's also blatant disregard for international humanitarian law. There is, if you can say that, a dehumanization of conflict, and therefore ever bigger losses in human lives of civilians, but also ever bigger problems for humanitarian workers to operate and to be protected. And this is not new. This has not started with Gaza. Think of what happened in northern Syria. Think of what we are seeing every day in Sudan, in the east of Congo, and many other conflicts in the world. But I wanted to ask Carl in the beginning, because of your first-hand experience in Gaza, to explain to us what is WFP's role right now in Gaza? What are the problems that you are encounter? Can you bring in the supplies? What happens with the supplies once they crossed into the Gaza Strip? What are the day-to-day challenges for WFP's contribution to humanitarian relief in Gaza? Carl.
Thanks, Michael, and really thanks for this opportunity to be with you here. On Gaza, we were the second largest agency in Gaza already before the war, assisting some 350,000 people, mainly through cash programs. And of course, following the war, we stepped up quickly. Between UNRWA and ourselves, we've divided the population basically in half. So our aim was to support some 1.1, 1.2 million people on a monthly basis. We geared up quickly to have the capacity to do so. Over the first 6 months, the big challenge was really to get assistance to the border and to get that assistance across the border. I think many of you followed the discussions back in those days, including how to screen what to be able to bring across, the big queues that were lining up, not least in Egypt. So by mid-spring, we had a terrible humanitarian situation in Gaza because the lack of assistance coming in. And we raised alarm through what is called the IPC system, the independent body that looks at famine conditions. So we raised alarm loudly in April around the risk of a famine in Gaza. I think that partly helped to begin opening up. We managed to open up Ashdod port in Israel. There was an opening in the north of a gate called Eretz, and we began to be able to move a lot more assistance in through Kerem Shalom, the opening also in the south. And before the Rafah operation also, there was more entry in through the Rafah border. So I would say that around May, June, we were able to step up operations, and we were reaching beyond 1 million people on a monthly basis. And I think that in that period also, we managed to somewhat stabilize access to basic food commodities. I mean, that doesn't mean that people are well off. Still, dramatic needs around water and sanitation, not least, but also basic healthcare, of course, and just the general living conditions at that time still very dire. So, come August, September, we felt that we had found a modus that somewhat worked. Now, the past couple of months have been severely different. We have backtracked in a quite radical way. First, the commercial flows that were beginning to come up has come back down like we have not seen since the start of the war, basically. This is due to the Israelis' concerns around taxes going to Hamas, to the authorities, and hence the income or the input of commercial has come down dramatically. Second is that we have a completely different operating environment inside Gaza. We have, throughout the crisis, been managing basically 3 operating environments. One where the authorities are still present. To be frank with you, that has been the easiest environment to operate in. Then there is the environment where IDF has ongoing operations. That has been a very challenging environment. You might have heard about discussions around deconfliction. That has not always worked. Our cars, our trucks have been hit on occasion, but that has also improved, and we've had a lot of discussions with the Israelis how that can improve. And then there has been a third environment, which is basically where there are no authorities, no ongoing operations, but frankly where there is a complete breakdown of law and order, Wild West chaos. That area has been limited so far, mainly in the south around Kerem Shalom and in some other pointed areas, but not throughout. And so we've been able to manage that quite well. Now, what has changed dramatically over the past 6 weeks is that that is now the norm throughout. And so, now the issue is not getting to the border or getting across the border, it's getting from that border to our warehouses and to distribution. We have been working very hard with the Israelis to open up new gates further north from Kerem Shalom so that we could take a safer route once we enter the Strip. It took us, so we created a new bridge, we built some new roads, we opened up that gate finally after some 4 weeks of working hard. The first day it worked, the second day we were looted again. So, I want to really stress that since a couple of weeks only, we are in a completely new environment. We are being looted everywhere across the Gaza Strip, and frankly, in and around our warehouses, and now also moving from warehouses to distribution. We can accept a certain level of loss, but not 100%, then it certainly doesn't make any sense. And it's not the kind of desperate people that pull things from our trucks, which was very much the case at the beginning. It is organized gangs. We don't have any evidence that this would be in any way allowed or organized by the de facto authorities. On the contrary, on a number of occasions they have stepped in. The Israelis have also tried to step in on a couple of occasions. Here we certainly think that they could have done more to prevent this. But it is organized gangs, families, what have you, who are now gotten their hands on this, linked to the fact that the commercial has tightened down, because that means now that prices have come up. So, a couple of months ago, it didn't make sense to steal a bag of wheat. Now it does, because that bag of wheat is so much more expensive. I'll stop here, but just to say that this is as we enter the winter. And so while last winter was tough, people were still staying mostly in apartments, though they could be 5-6 families in one apartment. Now we have 1 million people on the beach outside Khan Yunis in very poor shelter. And when the rains hit, it started raining over the weekend. Fortunately, it hasn't been as much rain so far, but when the rains, the cold come, we will have a much more dramatic humanitarian situation than we did last winter. And on top of that, of course, much less access to food, and frankly, the health situation, the situation around water and sanitation is unexplainable, and it's just a matter of time until we have an epidemic as well in Gaza. So that's a snapshot from where we are at the moment.
Thank you, Carl. You describe a situation of total despair, and therefore I cannot help but ask David, with his decades-long experience in the most nasty conflicts in the world. You heard Carl. No humanitarian corridors, very little deconfliction mechanisms, disregard for the very basic rules of international humanitarian law by all warring parties. Is there any advice you can give? Are there any references from other conflicts on not only what should be done, what could be done, and what the international community, Italy, the European Union, the United States, others could do in this situation in order to help people like CAR to comply with their mission?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the first thing I would say is to salute the amazing work done by Carl's colleagues and the others who try to provide assistance on the ground. The only point I think I would add to what Carl said is all this is completely unnecessary and completely imposed by the invading force. There's no reason that the health care system should collapse. There's no reason that anybody should be hungry. Everybody who has died but completely unnecessarily of hunger. It's imposed. And it's not even that any of this is hidden from the world. Minister Galland said they were going to cut off all the food going in. And so I agree with everything Carl said. But when Carl, you say, we've been working hard to open a new crossing and we managed to get Ashdod open. And what you're saying is that the Israelis, to call a spade, backed off from actually letting everybody starve to death on a massive scale under a certain amount of international scrutiny. I served in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the war, where twice as many people were killed as in Gaza, and not many more, actually, more like 3 times. But and nobody died of starvation. It's absolutely man-made and engineered. So I would say that point's important, and I'm not doing it to call out Israel. I have to say, I think we're going to get onto Sudan and Syria and Myanmar. I mean, frankly, the war against the population is the mode of warfare we are in now. And I think unless international humanitarian law is not a framework for the parties, where it is possible to do anything at all, it is by appealing to the interests of the parties. And I fear that the way to stop the humanitarian suffering is to get a ceasefire. But there has been this charade around the ceasefire, the truce for hostages ceasefire. But I don't think, as we look back on it, there was really any interest, particularly on the Israeli side, in getting an agreement. I mean, every time you would get close to an agreement, then they would say, oh, what about the Philadelphia corridor? Or, the goalposts, as Antony Blinken, who was in Rome today, said. I mean, it's they who move the goalposts. So I would just say, yes, I all agree with that, but we mustn't normalize it by treating it like a drought or by some sort of natural phenomenon. We have created this, and not just in Gaza. Most of the wars going on around the world, from Sudan to Myanmar, are some version of this.
Thank you, David. When there's no more respect for international law and where state structures don't apply, very often religious communities can play a role. And therefore, let me turn to Bishop Gallagher. Faith-based organizations, there are some Christians in Gaza, not so many, but it should be mentioned that it's not a totally Hamas-inspired place, so to say. There are other communities. What does the Catholic Church, let's say, know about Gaza? Which kind of advice you would give? Is there anything that you have learned in other conflicts that could help us to get more access for humanitarians and more supplies for the people in need in the Gaza Strip and in similar situations?
Thank you. Well, you're quite right to say that the number of Christians, number of Catholics is quite limited. There is one parish with a centre, and obviously the church around the world has been making efforts to provide humanitarian support, financial support to them, and hopefully that would, working out from there, that would be of benefit for many more people. But I think that apart from that, which is obviously extremely important, I think what we have tried to focus on, whether it's us here in Rome or the other Christians, Catholic leaders, church leaders in general throughout the region, is to try and to give to the Christian people the support, spiritual support, psychological support that they need in order to be able to influence the situation, in order to be able to persevere in something which is a very difficult situation. It's well known that the Pope tries every evening to speak to the parish priest of Gaza on the phone. And sometimes he can't get through, but he tries to do that just to keep people's spirits up, to encourage them, which I think probably is as important as other forms of assistance and of aid. So I think that's what we've been focusing on, largely because of our limited, but the Caritas network and federation has been making very significant contributions from Jordan, from Egypt, and that over these months.
Thank you very much. And I think we all know from our own lives that when the situation is really, really awesome and difficult, awful, then hope is the most important element that you can suffer for a certain time, but if you're losing hope, then you lose all. So I think in that respect, the spiritual dimension is particularly important. Sarah, I hope that with your help we can perhaps still speak about Gaza, but also look at the more general situation on humanitarian challenges. Obviously, the microphone has problems. Obviously, we are all very much focused on the humanitarian plight of the people of Gaza, but let's not forget that the MENA region and the Mediterranean is unfortunately home to some of the largest humanitarian crises in the world. There's still Syria, which we haven't yet talked a lot about at this conference, the crisis in Yemen, the crisis in Sudan, which now probably, in terms of numbers of affected people, is dwarfing even Gaza. It might be less visible in the media, but from a humanitarian point of view and from a crisis point of view, it's probably not less acute. How do you describe the situation, and what you think we could do as the powers that support and the organizations that support humanitarian supplies in order to help in a better way so that people can keep hope?
Thanks, Michael. Let me start with Gaza, because I want to add some numbers to what Carl said. Numbers focus minds. So for those who are not familiar with some of the technical aspects of humanitarian action, we classify the levels of food insecurity. And when you get to level 5, or what is called integrated phase classification, IPC, that is basically a famine condition, while 70% of people in Gaza are at level 5. That is famine condition, right? And the vast majority of people in Gaza are young people. So in plain language, it means that a lot of children are starving in Gaza. Now, Gaza is a place where before the 6th of October last year, 500 trucks of food aid were going in every day. Between the 1st of October and the 31st of October, 37 trucks have gone in. Just think the difference, you know? These are people that were dependent on that support, and the support has plummeted so dramatically that there is no way people can be kept alive. And as David said, you know, parties in conflict have an obligation to allow humanitarian assistance, and occupying power has an affirmative obligation to do so, and this is not happening. Now, this is a problem because the violations of international humanitarian law we're seeing in Gaza actually have repercussions, have reverberations in all the other conflicts. There is a lot of, you know, we hear a lot on the media in all kinds of conversations about the fact that international humanitarian law is not being upheld. And there's a lot of casual talk about international humanitarian law. Without being, you know, too specific, international humanitarian law exists to affirm humanity in the midst of a conflict. You know, it's there to give us a moral compass when a war is being fought. It's important to mitigate the worst excesses of fighting a war. And that's why it's so important to preserve international humanitarian law. It really is, you know, about us as human beings towards other human beings, even when we're fighting a war. And we're seeing every possible aspect of international humanitarian law being violated in Gaza, in a context that is so high profile and where so many powerful states are associated and are seen as abetting these violations. And this is the real problem, that a lot of third parties are seen as complicit in the violations that we're seeing in Gaza. And so how do you hold belligerents in Sudan, in Syria, in Myanmar, anywhere else, to the obligations that they have according to Geneva Conventions, when we're seeing them flagrantly breached day in, day out, without the same pronouncements, the same, call to the belligerents to respect the obligations that we normally see in other contexts. So this has become so problematic because the double standards in applying the law are under the eyes of everyone. And the fact that, Europe, the US, a lot of, states that are, they purport to be defenders of the rules-based system are not speaking out, it's really problematic. Now, this is in the context of the law. Obviously, people try and survive despite violation of international humanitarian law, try to find ways to, to cope in the worst possible situations. And what we're seeing everywhere in Gaza, in Sudan, in Syria, in Myanmar, is what local respondents are doing. You talk about Sudan, and in a way, the numbers in Sudan way dwarf the numbers of Gaza. We have 22 million people at risk of famine in Sudan, so way more than in Gaza. We're seeing a situation that is just shocking. And yet we're seeing local respondents organizing soup kitchens, all sorts of provision at the local level with really nothing. An operation on the ground, that is led by the so-called emergency response rooms, that is actually admirable and that really provides an opportunity for a different type of humanitarian action being provided. But the system, the international humanitarian system, they is stuck in its ways and is not able to support financially and operationally what Sudanese civil society, Sudanese citizens are doing themselves. We can go in detail if you want, but I think this is where the big challenge today to international humanitarian action is. On one hand is the law, on the other hand is a system that is no longer fit for purpose and is unable to find way to support the modes of response that are actually effective, that provide a way forward, but too many vested interests are holding us back from enabling them.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for always showing us a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel by indicating the competence of local organizations and their willingness to act. Now, I think you opened two big sets of questions there. First, what can we do practically? And secondly, how can we come back to more respect for international humanitarian law? And I wanted to ask Carl and David on these aspects. Carl, of course, WFP is working also in Syria for many, many years and in Sudan. Is there any best practice that you can draw from these experiences? Is there anything that you can recommend? For example, would humanitarian corridors work? Or how can you convince the warring parties in both conflicts, probably in Syria more than in Sudan, to somehow show a little bit of respect to certain rules that allow you to operate on the ground?
I don't know. I mean, every context is unique. So I guess, the lesson learned we have is that we need to be creative and we need to draw on experiences from across, but that every context is unique. I mean, if we talk about Sudan, we had a situation where it was basically our most popular family duty station in Khartoum. Everyone had their children in Khartoum and in Sudan, and everyone had brought all their belongings. Overnight, that dramatically changed. We had a traumatic evacuation through Port Sudan. Our 1,200 national staff were all displaced outside or inside Sudan, and everyone lost everything in a matter of a couple of weeks. Obviously, that was a shock to us and to the system. On top of that, what was the backbone of the international, or at least the UN presence, was a mission that was also kicked out a few weeks later. So obviously a massive shock to our presence to the system. Embassies have the luxury then to relocate to Nairobi or to go even back to Stockholm or wherever. We, of course, tried to get back on our feet and start assisting also the civilians impacted by this fighting. But I think it's fair to say that it took some time. And once we were beginning to get back on our feet, Gaza happened, and all the attention, all the energy, all the oxygen in the room went somewhere else. And so, you know, I think we are now throwing everything we have on Sudan, I must say. We have our best people. We are trying all kinds of modalities, from cross-border to cross-line food, but also through cash, tapping into the, I mean, it's fair to say, if it wasn't for the Sudanese themselves, it would have been much worse, whether it is remittances coming from outside or these local communities coming together. And so we're trying to tap into that system and see how the international system can, in one hand, complement, but also fuel those national or local solutions. So we're throwing all the people, the ideas, and internal resources we can at Sudan. And why we do that is that, you know, when I look across, if there is one context still where there is a margin between what we're doing and what we can do, that is Sudan. And that's not only for us, but certainly we are determined to tap that gap. Sudan, Syria, you asked about Syria, it's a bit different. The real issue is funding. There is no funding whatsoever for Syria, despite the fact that, you know, some additional 400,000 people have arrived into communities where there was already a crisis. So in a way, it's a crisis on top of a crisis. UNHCR, on behalf of all of us, launched an appeal. I think there's been a 10% response to that appeal. Nothing to compare with Gaza or Lebanon. But really, funding is the main issue for Syria. And if I end off just quickly on Lebanon, where we have also scaled up quite quickly, frankly, I must say we were prepared because we had seen this coming, obviously. But having been there a couple of weeks ago, what I left with was really a deep concern for you know, the challenge this has posed to the already fragile social fabric in Lebanon. We need to watch that extremely carefully. And in the system that we provide, make sure that we, for sure, not fuel any divisions, but also try to mitigate, including assisting local communities as much as we can in our support.
And part of the crisis of international humanitarian aid is obviously a lack of funding. You sense it very much, especially at WFP, because WFP has, of course, one big donor that represents more than 40% of the funding, and this donor has now a change of administration, so we shall see. But David, you know, 2 years ago at the UN panel, I said, well, we speak about IHL. That means international humanitarian law. It doesn't mean international humanitarian nice to have. It's law. It's binding. States have signed up to it. They have signed conventions. You can go to court over that. And still what we see is a blatant disregard for the rules of international law all over the place. Go to Ukraine, go to the east of Congo, go to Syria, now in Gaza. Let's not even speak about Sudan. Could you still recommend a young student who wants to enroll at university to study international law with a focus on international law, or that's simply a lost cause? Or how can we bring back a little bit of respect for it and fight the sense of impunity? This is not an academic question, because if powers, including armed non-state actors, don't respect international humanitarian law, it means aid workers are being killed. And that's what we see on a daily basis in so many conflicts, also in Gaza, obviously. Do you have any hope for us?
Yeah, I have a little hope. But I would say it's as bad as you say. I mean, I think, frankly, there is more or less total impunity, whether it's Myanmar or Sudan or Gaza or many of the other wars, Ukraine. I think impunity is the name of the game. I would say it's also, I mean, just to start with the really bad, not limited to international humanitarian law. I would say norms, laws, principles, alliances, you know, the fairly fragile and imperfect web that has kept our world together since 1945 is basically falling apart. And I think IHL is just a part of that, Gaza is a part of that, but it's an essentially global phenomenon. If I have to end, you know, as one should, you know, what can be done in very dark times? While I think norms, principles, laws, institutions are largely out, there are ways of appealing to naked self-interest, and we live in a time of naked self-interest that can be put to the public use. I mean, You and I have talked about the Black Sea grain deal. So what is interesting about the Black Sea grain agreement, which really did bring world food prices, grain prices, down by about 25% at a critical moment when, across the world, but particularly in parts of the world that were most affected by food shortage. What was interesting about it was there was no appeal to IHL or to people's better interests or anything. It was crudely transactional. And, I have nothing against any of these parties, but Ukraine wanted to be able to export. Russia thought it would block it, but then it noticed that the people who were most affected by the rising price were the only people in the world who supported Putin's invasion. So it was the presidents in Africa and the Middle East, and eventually in June of 2022, the Chinese, who weighed in and said, Russia, you've got to do it. There are deals that are possible. At about the same time, the end of the Tigray War, which was probably, in raw human death terms, one of the worst wars of modern times. Hundreds of thousands of people, according to the Uppsala conflict database, died in that war. What is interesting is that the deals that are possible seem to have two aspects. One is they are hybrid. And when I say hybrid, they don't involve formal international organizations, except insofar as they might be part of a hybrid mix. They are a minestrone soup. So the Black Sea Grain Initiative was Russia and Ukraine. There was an NGO, the center I work with. There were the insurance agencies were key players. Turkey, a powerful regional state, and the UN that was required to wrap it up. I should say Cardinal Zuppi played a nice little role on the side from the background. But what's interesting is they are completely hybrid, ad hoc, nobody standing on any principle, everybody just seeing what can be done. Tigray is a little bit the same. Also, there was an NGO, a regional organization. The United States came in as a country. So I do think these are very bad times indeed for the whole normative structure that has kept the world more or less together since 1945. But from that mess emerges some practice on which we have to build. And my feeling is that in all of these places, Gaza, now Lebanon, Sudan, Myanmar, Ukraine, there are these opportunistic hybrid arrangements that can reduce human suffering at least a bit.
And that, of course, absolutely leads me to Bishop Gallagher, because you represent a unique body, which is a faith-based organization. At the same time, you're a subject of international law. You have your seat in the United Nations. You are a diplomat, not only a bishop. What can the Vatican, what can the Holy See as a state do in its diplomacy to further the respect for international humanitarian law, to convince parties to come to these transactional deals? If it works to help people, then transaction is a good word. So with the wisdom of the Church's 2,000 years of experience, what can you advise us to do?
Well, I think that what you said it yourself at the end of my last intervention, is keeping hope alive in people's hearts. I think also one of the things that we are trying to do is to keep talking to as many people as we can, because that is the tendency for people to isolate themselves and to not to bother to talk. And I think that that's part of the problem of the lawlessness that we have today, that there is too much to think, well, we keep the rules only when it suits us, and when it's convenient for us, and for the rest of the time we do what we like. I think the other thing that we're very acutely aware is that the longer these conflicts go on, the further they extend, we have a dehumanizing experience for us, for men and women throughout the world. And at the same time as we fear that these wars are generating generations of people who are going to seek revengeance, who are going to try and to put what they consider to be wrong right in a violent way. What we have to do is to see that the humanization, we have to sort of struggle with our humanity. And I think that is part of the problem. Is that we've been talking about some of these conflicts. The truth is that an awful lot of the world's sufferings and its conflict are forgotten. They don't appear in the news. They don't appear on our screens. And we have to get people to look at their humanity and to realize that our humanity is in danger and that we are in the danger of becoming exactly what, in one sense, we're fighting against. And that is a real threat to the future of humanity. It's a real threat to our personal integrity as well. So I think that's the sort of thing that we're trying to do in our diplomacy, in our contacts with people, in our engagement with people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bishop. I think we have been very well analyzing a very sad picture right now. And I'm really grateful to Sarah that she already gave us one, not way out, but one way of how we could do better. Because I think what you all said in your contributions, whether speaking about Gaza or other crises in the region, is that we have a real problem in the existing humanitarian system, which has delivered great over decades. It has saved millions of lives, but now we come more and more to kind of an impasse. The system is underfunded. It doesn't succeed in many cases to bring the assistance to the people who are in need, and the rules on which the system is based are more and more openly disregarded. Perhaps not questioned in theory, but in practice less and less observed. So what do we need to do except complaining about the situation? You already mentioned the power of local organizations. Of course, we have to continue asking states and other actors in war, including in the MENA region, to comply with what they have committed to, which is, for example, IHL. But at the same time, can the humanitarian system become more astute? Are there ways out? How does the system need to change to be better fit for purpose? Would you have any advice, Sarah?
Oh, plenty, but we don't have enough time, so I'll try and summarize it. But these are things that my organization has been, writing about, analyzing for a very long time. If people are really interested in this, I recommend one old report now that we wrote in 2016, just before the World Humanitarian Summit, that was titled "Time to Let Go." And I think the title says it all. It was really an exhortation to the international humanitarian system to let go of the ways in which it operates. And it starts from analyzing the fact that there is a crisis of legitimacy for the system as it is today. A system that was created, if you want, on the back of the end of the Second World War, at the time of US and European hegemony, with, if you want, a lot of Western bias built in it, with a lot of people reject. And a system that's become incredibly expensive. So when we talk about funding and sort of having not enough funding, I always say, is it the funding? When people say, the needs, we can't meet the needs, I say, we can't meet the needs of the system or the needs of the people. Because the system has become so expensive that especially, in the context of fiscally constrained environments, it's impossible to keep it going. And we've tried to reform this system for the best part of 20 years. But, as I always say, it's like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic rather than trying to build the most seaworthy vessel. There is a lot of very technocratic reforms that we try to apply, but we're not reforming the incentives. And the system's incentives are all about growth. Growth in numbers, growth in the number of people, staff, and growth in the numbers of, sort of funding the international organizations attract themselves, but the UN agencies and the INGOs. And that's where the problem is, because we have built all the wrong incentives in the system. The incentive should be about having deeper impact, supporting action that really, gets people the support that they need in the most efficient and effective way. We know that in the vast majority, first of all, the vast majority of humanitarian crises are protracted. They go on for, 10 years or more. That is 84% of humanitarian funding goes to protracted crisis. We continue to respond with a system that is very short-term, input-driven, year-on-year appeals. People, after the first 6 months of an acute crisis, they want education and support for jobs and livelihoods. That's the two things the humanitarian system doesn't support because it doesn't fit with our humanitarian categories. There is so much that needs to change, but we're not changing it because humanitarian careers have been built on a system that rewards trying to bring more money, try to increase the size of the organization. We need to change fundamentally. That's why the title of the report was Time to Let Go, because it was about an exhortation to the system to let go of the power and the control that the international organizations exert in the system. And national actors are not the panacea, are not the only response. But definitely we need to find a better complementarity. It's also not about throwing the baby away with the bathwater, because we need international organization. We need international organization for the normative side to really make sure that we continue to contribute to the normative side. We need them because there is a lot of expertise that's been built into the system, but we don't need them the way they are today. We need them to be complementary, to be supportive of the local action and national action, to actually specialize more on the acute phase, which is really where you need that extra support. But as crises become protracted, it is really the local civil society, the citizens that need to drive that response. You know better than me, how much this is being discussed, but the way the Grand Bargain was trying to pick some of those elements, but my fear when the Grand Bargain was first established in Istanbul was that, again, Turkeys don't vote for Christmas. You've got the big organizations there trying to negotiate with the donors and not making the changes that are really required. And I said from the beginning, you need 2 or 3 donors, maybe even 1 or 2, that really has the courage to show that things can be done differently, that will support local action in a different way, that will support cash, that will support a lot of more efficient instruments, and that will start demanding of the international organizations that they work in a more complementary way, and then maybe we'll see things starting to change. There is a lot of expertise and wisdom built in many years of the system becoming better, but we need to use it differently, and we need to do that really, it's urgent, because people are losing faith in the system as it is. And that is the worst thing, that we become an irrelevance. And then we can't even bring all the positives that we have built over so many years.
I just imagine Carl going back to his office in the afternoon in Mariana and saying to his people, well, if I understood Sarah correctly, she told us to pack up. As a practitioner, as somebody who unfortunately works for the established system, which is a very honorable thing to do, what is your way to the future? How can we do better in Gaza and beyond?
Well, maybe I misunderstood, but it was not really my takeaway. But I certainly, it's a system that needs change. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we're facing in my view, 2 sets of challenges. One is the gap that we have talked about. We just launched our outlook for next year. We're expecting some 350 million people to be acutely food insecure. That's not counting the chronically food insecure. So 350 million. 4 years ago, our estimate was 150 million. So that's more than double in only 4 years, driven by conflict, not least, but also the extreme weather events we see from climate change. Our budget remains more or less the same. It's still significant, but it's more or less the same. So the challenge here is how do we reach more than twice the need with the same resource? I mean, one answer is diversification of our funding base, and here I think we can do much more, but it's also to think about funding differently. It doesn't have to be $1 into WFP and food or $1 out. It can also be using us as a platform to facilitate capital that has impact on food security. Second is certainly on efficiency effectiveness. We need to spend less on ourselves and more on the people we serve. And so, I think the system as a whole needs to, really reflect on what we can bring to the table in terms of efficiencies. And finally, what Sarah spoke to about how do we, contribute to solutions much more, in partnership, not least with communities and governments, but also with others, and not chase after their needs, but really try to see how we can push back on those needs and certainly avoid needs from growing. But the second set of challenges is really this new political environment, this unhinged political environment that we're trying to navigate. And I mean, we spoke at length about the challenges we are facing in our operations, but frankly also, we have an increasingly complex donor environment with increasing conditionalities and agendas that are imposed on us that are quite unreasonable. And I think to navigate that is more difficult, but I think, from one side, we need to be consistent in how we apply our principles. We can't do one thing in Gaza and another thing in Ukraine and a third in Sudan. We need to try to be consistent as a system and work together in that consistency so that also it's not UNHCR doing one thing and WFP another. Secondly, I think we need to be completely transparent. We can't be in the business of doing deals behind doors or under the table. Actors, whether they are donors or actors on the ground, need to know that, when we find ways, we do so transparently. We often choose between bad options. There are dilemmas because we are really trying to, save lives. And when we do then things that, on the face of it won't make sense, maybe we need to be completely transparent and explain why we are entering into that way. And finally, as a UN organization, we need to do more in terms of tapping into the multilateral nature, relate to member states more broadly. I mean, in the past, it's been very much a donor and kind of program country relationship. We need to broaden that and to have completely different kinds of relations with countries like Turkey or Saudi Arabia or Brazil or what have you, what is relevant to these contexts. And I think that's something for humanitarian organizations really to invest in going forward.
Thank you very much. In the last 5 minutes, I first wanted to give the floor to Bishop Gallagher and to David Harlan, but then at the end I will ask you, all of you, to answer one question with just one sentence. So I prepare you mentally already. But first, Bishop Gallagher and also David afterwards, the crisis of humanitarian aid is actually linked to other crises. It's linked to a crisis of the UN system. It's a crisis of rules-based order, of multilateralism. The world seems to be more in turmoil than it has been before in the last 30, 40 years at least. What needs to be done? Is there something, so to say, that we should do right now in order not just suffer the consequences of these multifold crises, but somehow create hope, not only for people, but for the international system? Bishop.
Well, I entirely agree that there is an enormous credibility deficit at the moment. People are very critical of institutions, critical of democracy, and these are the things that are presenting us with major challenges. With regard to credibility, I think that there are some things which are inevitable. There will always be natural disasters that will provoke humanitarian situations which need a response. But there are quite a lot of our present crises which we could say that could be anticipated. And I think one thing which would help restore confidence in the multilateral system and in humanity would be if we could adopt a more of an attitude, let's do today really what we can do, and not put it off for tomorrow or the day after on that thing. And I think that is a natural tendency within many institutions, including my own. But I think it's something which we do have to fight against.
That's a very pragmatic approach. David.
Somebody once said, was it Alice in Wonderland, that lessons are called lessons because they lessen and lessen? We simply have to understand the nature of the system that is passing, what does work, and invest in it. And, frankly, I think all this decline of norms, laws, principles, alliances, is basically a function of the relative decline of American power. I mean, for better or for worse, the American empire of 1945 was an empire of principles and institutions. I mean, they didn't always follow their own principles, but that was the framework. We are now actually reverting to a more normal world. Carl used the word creative, and Sarah used the word realistic. You know, we just need to draw from what works rather than pretend that a framework isn't there. I don't think your student who goes to university, yes, I would encourage the student to go to that university. It's in the hard times that we need the smartest young people thinking about the way out. But the lesson is we can't continue the way we have for 80 years.
Thank you. Now I would like to confront you, just to wrap up, with my favorite question. I apologize to Bishop Gallagher because what I'm asking is not a very Catholic thought. Just imagine that after a full day and with a lot of depressing news, your analysis of the plights of the humanitarian system and the plights of the people, which is more important, tonight you have still good sleep, but then, you know, between 1 and 2 o'clock, there comes the famous fairy. And the fairy tells you, Carl, David, Sarah, Ray, you have not 3 wishes, you have 1 wish. 1 wish to bring the humanitarian system out of jeopardy and to help people in Gaza, in Syria, in Yemen, in Sudan, in Lebanon, and so many other places better. What is this 1 wish? Carl.
I mean, I don't think it's for the humanitarian system. My wish would be for people like David and those in peacemaking to be more effective so that we can end these wars and to prevent new ones from arising. That would be my wish.
I could imagine David has a wish for WFP now. But David?
I have the same wish, but for Carl.
Sarah.
I wish to dispense of the notion of a system and help everyone see that we can contribute to advancing humanity. That is at the heart of humanitarian action. We can all be, and we all are, humanitarian respondents. We need to dispense of this idea that is the system that needs to do it.
And Bishop, in your case, it's not the fairy, but you can pray, obviously. So what would be your prayer?
My prayer would be that we resist the temptation to become insensitive to the sufferings of others and to think that the sufferings of others is not the same as our own suffering. Thank you.
That's a deeply human and humanitarian thought. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we won the Nobel Peace Prize here in this discussion. And we didn't do a lot to help people in Gaza and beyond. But I would still like you to applaud these people who every day spend their time to help people in dire need. Thank you so much.
There you go, David.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session on the challenges facing economic development in the MENA region. Economies across MENA face challenges ranging from political conflict to high debt levels and volatile commodity prices. This has curtailed growth and underscored, yet again, the need for structural reform. Today, we look at the war in Gaza and how it has affected economies across the region. We ask what are the needed reforms and how to encourage private sector investment, boost productivity, and create jobs for the huge numbers of young people who come to the job market every year. Let me introduce our guests first, and on the far right, we have Amitabh Bihar, Executive Director of Oxfam International, and Roberta Gatti, Chief Economist for MENA at the World Bank. On my left here, Professor Ishaq Diwan, Professor at the Paris School of Economics and Director of Research of the Finance for Development Lab. And at the far left, Gonzalo Escribano, Senior Analyst and Director of the Energy and Climate Change Program at the Elcano Royal Institute. So if I may start with you, Roberta Gatti, and we'll have 2 rounds of questions. Please confine your answers to 5 minutes. And I'll start with you, Roberta, please. And I'd like to ask you, how has the war in Gaza, with its regional reverberations, impacted the economies of the MENA region? And what's happened to growth prospects across this region?
Well, thank you, Eba. And this is a very tough question for which to keep an answer to 5 minutes. So let me try just to be an economist here and sort of not talk about the human toll, not talk about the life destroyed, not talk about the debts, not talk about the displacement, not talk about the famine, but really just talk about GDP. Maybe I can keep it to 5 minutes. So our country economist in the World Bank put the drop in activity in the Strip of Gaza at 86% in 2024. This means that essentially the economy in Gaza is completely stopped. And something that is happening is that what is not stopped, that has actually spiraled out of control, is inflation. And so food inflation is at 300%. And this means that it's really what macroeconomists will call a typical case of a supply side shock. Goods are not entering the Strip. And the little money that is there chases these very, very few goods. And I said I didn't want to talk about all the human impact, but it's kind of inevitable just to put a couple of numbers there of quasi-near famine, and particularly in the north and in the south of Gaza for a large share of the population. More than half of the children below age 2 who do not have dietary diversity, and anyone who's thought about human capital and how you build the productivity and the health of an individual knows how important it is nutrition in early stages. And 685,000 children who have lost more than a year and a half of schooling. This is what is happening in Gaza, but the crisis doesn't stop there. In the West Bank, what we have is actually a drop in consumption. So the macroeconomists in the room will recognize this as what we tend to call the demand-side shock. So the demand is depressed, mobility is limited, salaries are low, the Palestinian Authority is in a fiscal crisis with a deficit of $1.8 billion, which is twice as much what happened last year. And so the economy has sort of slowed down at the rate of 23% just for this year. We all know that the conflict has escalated and intensified to Lebanon. And, I brought here a report that my team produces twice a year with all the economic forecasts for 2024, and we're almost at the end of the year, so those forecasts are almost real. But for Lebanon, our economists had to downgrade them from -1%, which was sort of the impact of the conflict that was happening in neighboring countries and just in the south, to -6.6%, which in aggregate, and Professor Ishaq knows Lebanon much better than I do, but in aggregate in the past 5 years means a contraction of 34% of that economy. Now, these are really the tough numbers, but the impact of the war has ripple effects also in neighboring countries vis-a-vis where it is centered. And so what we have seen is that Jordan has been affected primarily so far through a decrease in tourism receipts and arrivals, and Egypt has been affected. It has been affected because the diversion of shipping traffic from the Suez Canal via the Cape of Good Hope has really implied a massive drop in their fiscal revenue in hard currency. Something that is true about the MENA region is that let me figure my geography right. The western side of the region has actually limited trade contacts with the Levant. And so that part of the region has been relatively shielded from this impact.
Thank you, Roberta. Thank you for highlighting the impact. And if I can turn to you, Ishaq Diwan, and ask you more broadly, this is a region which has debt stress, very highly indebted countries that have been trying to reform, reforms stalled repeatedly, and there's always this contradiction between the advice countries are given to cut subsidies, cut expenditure, whereas their rulers, their leaders often feel that this will impact social stability. Is there a way around this? Are there reforms that can be made which avoid potentially explosive results?
Thank you, Heba. This is a very difficult question, partly because jumping from Gaza to debt is quite a jump, but also because you ask about debt, financial crisis, austerity, and growth. So that's a whole lot. But just a minute on each, perhaps. Debts are high. Indeed, not in all countries, mostly in the oil-importing middle-income countries. In particular, we already have a debt crisis in Lebanon. There was a debt crisis in Sudan before its civil war. Egypt has a very difficult debt situation, as you said. Tunisia also. Jordan and Morocco are still okay, but have high debts as well. So that's on debt, and so that service is high and squeezes on the budget. And doing nothing, as you suggested, would lead to a financial crisis. Doing nothing, running deficits that keep growing, suddenly there'll be a sudden stop and it would not be possible to borrow anymore. And then, as happened in Lebanon, you are forced to adjust all accounts, fiscal account, external account. Forced adjustment plunges GDP and brings misery and large devaluations and the like. So doing nothing is like going into the wall. It's not the right idea. Austerity is doing something about it, but the very hard way. It's adjusting from below. It's hard to cut expenditure, to increase revenues very quickly, given the fiscal situation, given that the economic situation is tough, and given that the state has actually shrunk a whole lot in the past 20 years. I mean, to just give you a factoid, President Mubarak took the helm when the state was 60% of the Egyptian GDP. And when he left, it was less than 30%. So the whole life was cutting, and so now we're talking about cuts again. So the obvious solution, the miraculous solution, the reformist solution is to grow out of the problem. And so the question is why, as you ask, we haven't seen growth. And it's a good question. We need leadership that favors growth. It doesn't happen by itself. There are growth opportunities. The fact that the private sector is way below potential everywhere, the fact that Europe is friend-shoring, and so there are opportunities for industrialization in the region, the fact, I'm sure we'll speak about green growth. We have lots of sun. We can produce green manufacture, which is what Europe and other countries need right now. The technological revolution has not been absorbed and can raise productivity a whole lot if it's adopted well in terms of training and education. And finally, green energy, of course, and regionalism. There's a lot that can be done, that should be done in terms of regional cooperation. So the potential is there, and perhaps being now at the cliff with this very tough choice between, two impossible solutions, crisis, financial or crisis social, finally, some leaders, some political system could really take the lead and reorganize the economy in terms of growth and productivity.
Thank you, Zach. And we've spoken here about the dilemma facing countries that are oil importers and that have big deficits and have to borrow. But if I may turn to you, Gonzalo Escribano, and ask you about the other group of Arab countries, the hydrocarbons exporters, countries that usually are not in deficit, countries that are more comfortable. How they're now under pressure to, the world wants to move away from fossil fuels, they're under pressure to to participate in green transitions. Are we seeing enough effort in this space? Are there contradictions? What do they need to do? Are you seeing diversification at an adequate rate?
Well, first of all, thank you so much to ISPI for inviting me. Well, that's, again, a very difficult question. I think it would be important to make a difference between mono-producing oil and gas countries and countries that, being oil and gas producers, they have a more diversified economic base. For countries that are mainly based, their economies are mainly based on oil and gas exports, like Algeria or Libya and others, I think it's going to be very difficult to diversify their economies. I mean, they have not made big efforts either. The problem is when they got oil prices, incentivizing not to reform, and when the prices are low, they don't got the political appetite to reform because the social cost will be very high. So the problem with those countries is, in my opinion, will be in the short term trying to incentivize green growth, but this is going to be quite difficult because they will need a real deep energy reform, subsidies, competition policies, and permits, even in some cases trade policies, because you need a very agile import scheme. So for those countries, that will be one thing. For countries that are more diversified, I think perhaps, I don't know, Egypt or other countries that you have mentioned, Israel for sure, the question would be, in my opinion, going to the green growth. I don't think green growth coming from trying to export this, trying to replicate this export-oriented extractivist model that we have followed in the fossil industry. I think what some countries are doing, for instance, Morocco, is investing much more in their own decarbonizations. I mean, when you look around in the region, Morocco is the champion of renewables. Their electricity mix is only 20% renewables, more or less, 60% coal. So before thinking of exporting, they should think, in my opinion, to decarbonize and to prepare the ground for a competitive decarbonized industry that can integrate in decarbonized value chain with the European Union. So we have to change also this extractivist model because if all this, okay, we built a cable between Europe and Africa. We already got one between Spain and Morocco. Spain is exporting renewable energy to Morocco, not the other way around. So let's be realistic and do not raise irrational expectations saying, yes, we need hydrogen, that will be a thing, or renewable export, that will be a thing, because we have already lived that failure of the Desert Tech Initiative and the Mediterranean Solar Plan Initiative. So I think having very accurate expectations would be the first thing.
Thank you. And Amitabh, I would like to turn to you. I think you have You've just been in Baku, right? At the COP29? Yes. So I'd like to ask you about the climate crisis, which has been making itself very much felt across the Mediterranean, from Valencia to Derna to droughts in Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. So the Mediterranean is a climate change hotspot. Do you see particular fragilities that are worthy of immediate attention? And how is climate change impacting economic development in that region? Would you say that it's there, the impact is felt, it is not something that we can fear in the future?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And because we started the panel with Gaza, let me just re-emphasize Oxfam has been demanding an immediate ceasefire. And I really hope that today, just probably 50 kilometers from here, the G7 foreign ministers are meeting with an emphasis on Middle East. Let's hope at least the international humanitarian law is respected, it's undiluted, uncompromised. So I hope to hear something positive from there. Coming to your question, I think what's critical to start by saying that it is important to appreciate that the climate crisis has enormous social and economic impacts. That itself is important. And this does not happen within national boundaries. It's regional and global. I think that needs to be underscored. As you said, Europe is the fastest warming up continent. I think we need to recognize that, particularly Southern Europe. What we are seeing is extreme heat, precipitation patterns changing, and you're actually seeing a direct impact on health with clear data of higher mortality in summer. So that's very, very visible. And you talked of the floods in Valencia, but you also have droughts in the same region. So that contradiction is very, very clear. So what we are seeing is this climate crisis is leading to clear challenges in terms of food security, water security, energy security, and certainly health of people. So I was just reading that we even have water crisis now in southern Italy, including in some big cities. And on the other hand, you see in Cannes, you suddenly have massive floods. The Dana took away almost 273 people in just one go. So it's massive. The damages of the climate crisis that we are seeing are here and now. This is not about the future. And it's a massive human tragedy. I was just reading, one of the floods in the region has cost almost 400 million euros, just one flood. On the other hand, UNICEF says 40,000 children's education is getting disrupted, 75,000 house damaged. So that's the scale. But at this moment, I think the preparedness is not there, which is making us more vulnerable. So we need to really start looking at what needs to be done. And I want to talk about 3 or 4 specific things that could be done. But before that, let me just say that we also need to acknowledge that the top 20% of the rich are way better prepared to deal with the conditions that we are talking of. It's particularly the bottom 20% who are more fragile and more vulnerable in this context. 4 specific ideas, and I think these are critical ideas. And you talked of Baku. Hopefully I can talk about Baku more. But let me start. The first one, I think we need clearly greater ambition in increasing emission reduction targets. I think it's important for us to acknowledge that we cannot outsource our pollution. We have a limited carbon budget for the world if we are serious about 1.5% of global warming. And we, as particularly Europe, particularly the Med region, we will need to step up our targets. Second, support adaptation. Yes, mitigation is critical, but all the examples that I talked of, from health to education to food to energy, is about here and now. So we'll need to invest very seriously in adaptation. A lot of conversation remain more focused around mitigation. The third is the centrality of climate justice. People who are getting affected need to be at the center of policy making. They need to be heard. They need to be telling us what the solutions are. Whereas what I see, you're increasingly even seeing restrictions of civic space. You're seeing where particularly climate activists are not even allowed to share their concerns. And finally, and I think this is pretty much speaks to the heart of our argument as Oxfam, that we need greater leadership on climate action from the region. As in, we were looking at the pact that we have here, which is the Mediterranean Pact, which is essentially talking of security as the fundamental lens. It is a geostrategic, geopolitical lens to the pact. The climate word is missing from there. I think we'll need a fundamentally different way of understanding what compacts are at this juncture, where climate has to be central. And we need to get out of this extractive, exploitative model and look at a fundamentally different model of designing the pact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Roberta, let me come back to you with another question about conflict. Again, looking at MENA, MENA has been racked by conflict for decades. We've had Iraq, we've had the Algerian Civil War, Syria, Yemen. There have been many conflicts, and how much has been lost in terms of economic development, and is that something that can be quantified or even imagined?
Again, a tough question, but I think it acknowledges the fact that the current war comes at the heels of an increasing fragility in the MENA region. And so if you look at the MENA region starting from the 1990s, you find that the episodes of wars have increased twofold in that period, and the number of victims of these episodes of war has increased by 6 times. And you know, between 2012 and 2018, the MENA region was claiming the top place in terms of the largest share of fatalities in the world, and this was during the conflict in Syria. Now, as I mentioned before, there's much more to the consequences of war than what happens to GDP. Human lives are lost. Life's trajectories are affected forever. Infrastructure is lost. Societies are changed. But we tried to do an exercise which I kind of felt was at least like informative, just to get a sense of how much is lost in terms of what we call development. So that's GDP. And so we looked at the conflicts that you were mentioning, and we created like a counterfactual economy of how that was similar to the economy that had the conflict at the beginning, so pre-conflict, and tried to compare the GDP per capita of this fictional economy, but similar, and the real one that was afflicted by war. And so what we came up to is actually a very large number that is lost all the way up to 7 years after a conflict. The MENA region has lost 45% of GDP just in the economies that were afflicted by conflict. And we compared it to how much was gained over the past 50 years in the region. And this is equivalent to 35 years of development. So there's a sense in which conflict really dials back development. I think a famous economist, Paul Collier, called it development in reverse. So it's inevitable to think that peace is a precondition for development. But if I may conclude on a bit more optimistic note for the region, like many of you spoke about important things and important reforms that the region ought to embrace to grow. And here, thinking about conflict, I have to say peace is a precondition. But this is a region that has a tremendous potential for growth. And at the World Bank, we always come up with titles like unlocking the development, unleashing the development. And I don't think it's because we lack imagination. It's just because there's really this sense that there is a potential there that needs to be harnessed for growth. And if I may conclude here, I would focus on two things. One is really to bring more women to the workplace and sort of abate those barriers that do not allow women to participate to the economy, and really embrace those reforms that allow the private sector to grow and create jobs. That's one. And the second one, and all of you have spoke to it to some extent, is really to increase productivity, not only to shrink the, not exactly to shrink the role of the state, but to change the footprint of the state from the sort of primary character in the play to an actor who can really create the enabling environment for growth. So I would focus on that. I think technology, and Ishak was speaking to that, is something that would be technological progress that would be important in the long run, but that won't come unless there is like data transparency, open data access, and a free circulation of ideas in the region.
Thank you. So a loss of 35 years of...
35 years of development just because of those conflicts.
And of opportunity to all the young who come into the job market, and
with consequences that really perpetuate over generations. Yes.
Right. Ishaq, let's focus on one country here, which is Tunisia. Tunisia has been in economic crisis for a few years, even before the political change under Qais Said. Tunisia has debt, mounting debt. It has also spurned an IMF program. What do you see happening there? And is there a way Tunisia can escape a difficult fate?
Thanks, Heba. This is a good question, because Tunisia represents very well what I was speaking about before. But if I may, maybe I can do Tunisia in 2 minutes. And I wanted to respond to, I was inspired.
Yes, please.
We're hearing about this region where there is regional violence, where there is climate warming, global warming, and climate challenges, where growth is low. And we could think a little bit on the long term. Growth is the solution, but what type of growth? What type of challenges? If the world, abides by the Paris Agreement and gets to net zero in 2050, which we all hope it would gradually consume less and less oil over time. Right now, the region receives about $1 trillion of oil revenues a year. And so ideally, we would say for the good of the world, this number should go down every year now and gets to close to zero by 2050. Now, imagine this scenario in the region today. We're talking of violence, we're talking of crisis. This is times 1,000, right? The pie is shrinking. Countries would start fighting with each other so that they produce and not their neighbor. What kind of regional order we're going to have? Nobody would want to invest in this situation. And yet, every country is losing oil revenue, so they need foreign exchange to import their food, so they need to diversify. Yes. And every country is diversifying on its own. Very hard to imagine this successfully. So we can imagine easily a terrible future. And if we don't want to have this terrible future, we better start thinking today about another future. And this other future is one of focusing on the economy, on diversification, on cooperation, on doing it perhaps together into a regional market that can attract FDI for a large market. So we need to think completely differently and convince civil society and convince decision makers and parties that the future is very grim unless we start thinking differently. So that was inspired by perhaps
Can I interject something
these
here?
Things together.
And it's really a question. Can you do any of this in countries where societies don't have much of a voice?
Much of?
A voice.
A voice. I don't think so, personally. But, I mean, the Chinese are being successful, very successful. And I don't see in our countries, except perhaps the young princes in the Gulf, that this model will be successful. 2011, 19 have shown with civil society in the street that people want a voice. And so I hope this can happen. Do you want me to answer Tunisia still?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, Tunisia is a good example of why political, if not change, at least political dialogue is needed to resolve a problem. Because Tunisia is in a trap of its own making. Its debt is high, as you said, 100% of GDP, debt service is high, growth is low, and so this is a pretty bad situation. Debt is high because deficits are high and keep adding to the debt. And deficits are high because the government wants to provide a safety net because things are bad, and so subsidies are very high. It's like 12% of GDP, it's enormous. And so this adds to debt. The government cannot borrow outside anymore, markets have closed, so they have to borrow domestically. They crowd out the private sector. They ration imports because there's no foreign exchange, and so the industry cannot function. And so growth is very low, and there's high unemployment, and nothing on the shelves. So you see, it's a trap, right? I put a very expensive safety net in order to deal with growth, and growth is very low because this is eating all my resources. Unless you have a proper political system discussing this and how the different, the unions, the economic elite, the state can coordinate getting out of the trap, I don't see this happening. We have a very strong leadership, but somehow not very much aware of these issues.
And yet every year we hear predictions that Tunisia will default and somehow it scrapes by.
No, I don't think default is a solution because not much of the debt is, external private debt that you can just default on. A lot of it is multilateral, and much of the debt is domestic and with banks. So Tunisia is going the Lebanon way now. It is, unless something is done soon, it risks a triple crisis, external, domestic, fiscal, and banking.
Right. Thank you. Dire warnings for Tunisia. Amitabh, if I can come back to you and ask you, developing countries are demanding that developed economies maximize their efforts in terms of climate finance. The recent G20 in Brazil did not send a promising signal. You've come back from COP, so how do you assess what's been achieved there?
So should, allow me to start with a very brief personal anecdote. I think must be 5 months ago or 6 months ago, I was in a small town called Rethink. This is at the border of Sudan and South Sudan. And we have humanitarian work in that region. And I was sitting at the border post, and every 15 minutes, it was a devastating day for me. To experience it firsthand, it is devastating. Every 15 minutes, I would see 3 or 4 families coming, refugees and returnees from Sudan to South Sudan. But what was quite a shock to me is that a significant number of them were not just escaping conflict, but actually they were climate refugees. And once you've experienced this, and what we just talked, as in my previous response, I was talking about what's happening in the region here. With that context, what we have seen in Baku is a disaster. We have come back hugely, hugely disappointed. As civil society, what we are seeing, what happened in Baku, and let me also say that some of the people were saying this is not such an important COP. However, I certainly believe that with the focus on climate finance, it was one of the most important COPs. And what we have seen is a very, very dismal result. Civil society, with all its calculations, and the numbers are there, was saying that we need at least $5 trillion of climate finance, looking at the climate debt, particularly of the north to the south. That's what the numbers were. The developing countries were saying it has to be $1.3 trillion. And please let me underscore, $1.3 trillion of grants, not of mixed finance. And what we have eventually got, what was the offer, and even the process was quite haphazard, what we finally end up with just $300 billion of mixed finance. That's what we have got, which is quite devastating. With the climate catastrophe all around us, and what does this $300 billion of climate mixed finance talk of? It talks of bilateral, multilateral market, but also the carbon market.
Also?
The carbon market. What does carbon market essentially do? It transfers the responsibility. It in no way is helping us address the question of limited carbon budgets. The way we are exhausting our carbon budget at the moment, the world is exhausting. At this pace, the carbon budget would be over by 2029. And we are talking of carbon markets as one of the sources, which is really not a solution. On the other hand, we are then looking at loans, and we already heard about debt, what debt is doing across developing countries. You don't have social security, you don't have investment in public health, you don't have investment in basic education, and all the money is essentially going into debt servicing. So, but let me also say, you talked of G20, and I would actually flip it. At least as Oxfam, we have read the G20 communique with enthusiasm. There's a clear commitment to tax the super rich. And I'm bringing that to say that the money is there. We can actually find the money, the trillions of dollars that is needed, and that is through taxing the super rich. There could be windfall profits to tax the polluters, the large corporations which are responsible for this. So I would really say that the struggle is on.
1.3 trillion, was doable, you would say?
Absolutely, it is doable, and we have the numbers. We can present the numbers, how it, even just with what the UN Tax Convention is discussing and what the G20 is proposing, we can actually achieve the numbers. It is really lack of political will, which is not giving us the numbers at the moment.
Thank you very much. And my final question to Gonzalo Escribano. It's again in same area of climate change and energy policies. The global cooperation appears to have come to a dead end. In the face of national security demands, the risk of green protectionism between blocs cannot be overlooked. We're already seeing some of this. Do you think that this is MENA countries can cope with? Can they develop industrial and trade policies, given that they depend on hydrocarbons to a large extent?
Difficult question again. Well, first of all, I don't like the term green protectionism. Nowadays in Europe, we don't use the green word anymore. It's clean. So at least let's talk about clean protectionism, but it's not that unfair, you know. Yeah, that's a problem, but please let's try not to forget, as it has been just mentioned, the Mediterranean is a hot spot of climate change.
Yes.
It's a key issue for human security. People is dying. It's not only about people dying, but also about morbidity. That is very, very high. In some projections, by 2050, we don't do nothing. Some areas of North Africa will become uninhabitable for human beings, with all the repercussions that will have on livelihoods, on migration, and other issues. But the main important thing, in my opinion, is human security. So these countries in the South are the most interested in preventing climate change by mitigation policies, but also adaptation policies. So we can think about green growth in mitigation policies by installing more renewables and more energy efficiency and so on and so forth, and there are opportunities for growth there. but also in adaptation. I mean, we need to reinforce infrastructures, and there is a lot of activity that can be created there. But for this, what we need is to get a policy package. What we cannot do from the European Union is saying, yes, as you said, we don't give you money, but you have to do the homeworks. Yeah, hey, listen, all these countries, they got their national determined contributions, what they are going, the pledges they made to improve renewables and to deploy renewables are conditional to financial and technological cooperation from the North. So it's in both shores of the Mediterranean interest to develop a good system for green growth. What we at Delcano are proposing, that is exactly what the CBAM, the Border Carbon Adjustment Mechanism, means, is what we call not nearshoring, not friendshoring, but green shoring. What the European Union is doing is let's give a competitive edge to those economies that are able to decarbonize faster and deeper. And if they are closer to the European Union, in principle, if they got the correct policies, they should have a less carbon footprint than, integration of value chains with Asia or other countries. So I think CBAM is an opportunity for those economies to incentivize their decarbonization, but also to achieve a model of competitive decarbonization. That is precisely what we at the European Union are proposing. So trying to integrate these both strategies across, we can call it whatever you want, clean shoring if the European Union doesn't like the word green anymore. But I think this kind of integration is what we'll have to look forward in the coming years and decades if we really want to promote green growth and at the same time prevent the human and ecological disasters in the region.
You think it's being sufficiently promoted now? Or
No, I don't think so. We lack finance, and we lack a clear narrative, what the European Union really wants. I mean, it's not that we want to protect our industries and just that. No, it's that we want a carbon level field, if you want to call it like that. And for this, I think there are opportunities for countries that are close to the European Union.
Can I add 30 seconds?
Yes, please.
I mean, I totally agree with you that this is a good long-term strategy, but in the short term, it is protectionist and it will hurt your neighbors. So why not use the proceeds of the tariff, the customs, the revenues, to support that transition with your neighbors?
There are technical limitations on what you can do with the money you get with CBAM. There are a lot of academic studies on that. What will be the most efficient measures to improve this? The main result is promoting and financing energy efficiency in those countries. That will be the more effective. But due to the structure and the legislation of CBAM, it's not that easy. I get that money from here and I put it here. So we will have to work on that. I agree with you that that should be doing, but it's not that easy because there are technical constraints on how can you allocate the proceedings of CBAM.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes. Does anyone want to contribute anything? Any final remarks?
Just to underscore one point which I missed, that and it's been made by the panel, that when I was talking of the 1.3 trillion, again, the emphasis on adaptation. We need to ensure that adaptation is at the center. Yeah. Because the developing countries do need those resources. I think that is quite central to the conversation. And the Loss and Damage Fund, which was created last year, a success of the previous COP in Dubai. However, the numbers are again extremely small. So as an idea, it's been germinated, but it needs now serious investments.
I just wanted to add a perspective rather than a point. I think that we spoke a lot about green energy and industrial policy, and probably the greening of our economies and going towards net zero is like the most important industrial policy that we should think about in MENA. However, we can't forget the fact that there's no substitute for a conducive business environment. And this really means the sort of certainty of application of the law, simplification of the law, sort of like changing the footprint of the state in a way so that the state really creates the sort of competitive neutrality between state-owned enterprises and the private sector that can really make the sectors of the future or of the present, among which the green one is a fundamental one, to really flourish. So I think this is something that we should always keep in the back of our minds for the Middle East and North Africa.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, everyone.
May I just add a single sentence? I fully agree with that, but I think also that we need to work, more on a, how to say, it's difficult to me to put it in words, but the energy transition and decarbonization is institutional intensive. So we need improving the institutional settings, institutional frameworks, in order to attract foreign direct investment. It's not like oil and gas. Oil and gas investment, you do it in the worst environments you can do, but renewables and decarbonization, no. You need predictability of regulation, you need, other things, a much better institutional development. And this is another area on which perhaps some cooperation will be needed.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fascinating discussion.
Thanks, Eva.
Thank you.
Good to meet
Good evening, everyone. I'm Karim Isran. I'm a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council for North Africa. And I'm very happy to be here with such a great panel and with all of you. Thank you very much for enduring and staying and looking forward to our panel. I'd like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and ISPI for organizing this event that is really a milestone for all of us in our work and in our activities. I will not take too much time anymore. I would like to begin immediately to the panel of what is the future of the US in MENA, Middle East and North Africa. This is you are living an inflection point. You are living a moment of extreme difficulty, complexity, conflictuality, whatever you want to put it. The words cannot paint the situation. So we are trying to get as much help as possible from scholars, from policymakers, from opinion makers, to try to understand what is going on so that we can inform our constituencies as accurately as possible and lead a debate that allows us to get to the bottom of the issues rather than having disinformation or third-degree information probably decides for us what we want to do it. We have a panel, a very high-level panel, and I'm very proud to have these people with me to help us. First one is Ambassador Dobriansky. You are a senior fellow at the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs at Harvard University. But I really believe that your other hat is much more important as the vice chair of the Scowcroft Center, Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council. That, not because I'm partisan, I'm just saying that. Can I ask you one question? I know you have been bombarded with questions since lunchtime, so I will ask you something now. What are the current geostrategic US goals in the Middle East, especially with regard to the US relations with China and Russia? What should we expect from Trump? The American point of view, what do you think is going to... I'm not asking you to have a crystal ball, just out of your experience and knowledge of people, the knowledge of facts of the area. Shoot.
All right, well, buongiorno. I'd like to thank ISPI for inviting me here today. And also, I like the fact that Karim mentions my more important title, Atlantic Council, because we share that in common, by the way. So thank you for that advertisement for Atlantic Council, yes. Truly, I am grateful for their collaboration with ISPI. Let me go right to your question. And I'd like to make, briefly, just 4 points. First, the fact is what we will see is the United States will continue to confront what constitutes great power competition in the Middle East region. Certainly with respect to China, Russia, and by the way, also in that regard, also with regard to Iran. In fact, also related to that, you may know there's a new trend that is really being focused on, and it's relevant to the Middle East, and that is the alignment of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, called the CRINCs, the CRINC. And in this case, I would say that we see a trend where these countries are aligned in a number of cases in support of their specific goals and interests. But by the way, it doesn't mean that we will deal with them as a unit, a whole unit. We will deal with each individually, but they also are collaborating together. And that is a new trend to take a look at. The second point is with regard to China. China, as one looks at the future of the US in MENA, China has invested very heavily in the region, without a doubt. It will continue to pursue a very active Middle East strategy and to basically to carve out a greater role for itself. In this regard, we have seen in recent years, it was only in 2022, China basically established a special envoy to the Middle East. China also put forward a security architecture for the Middle East, which they released in 2022. We can expect to see that this will continue, and especially in terms of trade and the commercial relationship. In fact, the trade has gone up exponentially between China and the Middle Eastern countries. You can also expect that Russia will continue in this spirit of great power competition in terms of its relationships. Russia cares deeply about the relationship with Iran. Already the report of today is that some 188 drones came from Iran, which they used in their attack, one-day attack against Ukraine. And then also Iran also counts on Russia for military assets as well. And then, of course, there's the relationship between Russia and Syria. Its long-time naval asset there, which we can expect to continue. So there is that element of great power competition. I don't see that as shifting. Instead, I see that as continuing. And then the fourth is, of course, with regard to Trump and the US. Here, I don't speak for President Trump or the administration, but my own observation is the fact that President Trump has placed a priority and a premium on engagement with the region. If you look at the activity of the first term, as you know, in fact, President Trump's first trip as president outside of the United States was to Saudi Arabia, and then he went to Israel, and then he went to the Vatican. I think you can expect that to continue, Karim, and also with regard to Iran, the policy was maximum pressure. I haven't seen any divergence from that. China is also, I already mentioned, the engagement. China is high on the priorities. Already today, there was the announcement about tariffs, not only to Mexico and Canada, but towards China. And finally, let me say that the continued strong support for Israel. That is what I would define as going forward for the administration. And again, I don't speak for it, but that's my observation based on statements and what has been said and indicated thus far.
Yeah, these are milestones of his foreign policy, these points that you are talking about. True. Now I have to go and ask a question to my dean, former dean, Vali Nasser, which is very good for me. Finally, I get to ask the question. And let's go back to what Ambassador Dobrinsky was talking about, Iran. Something nobody ever asks you about. Looking at the current stance and the perspective, as Ambassador Dobrinsky said, the new administration posture towards Iran, how do you see it's going to go? What do you think Trump is going to hit of the various nerves that form the relationship with Iran now? Is it going to exert maximum pressure? What kind of maximum pressure? Will it allow for an escalation? Will it prevent an escalation? Will it try to avoid an escalation? Is there fear from America of a regional war that is led by Iran? Or these are just fantasies? And he's just going to keep the same policy and no movement?
Well, thank you, Karim, my friend. It's much better I view as your friend rather than our professional relationship. Again, one cannot know exactly what the policy would be until the administration is in. There is a lot of speculation based on what the policy was the first term and then what it might be, but all evidence looking at what members of his transition are saying, whether the posture of the incoming team is that the idea of maximum pressure on Iran is likely to continue and perhaps increase. But the key issue is what would be the end game for maximum pressure? Because in the first term, there was an ambiguity between where Secretary Pompeo was and his 12 points, which was really about regime change, and where President Trump was, which was that he wanted his own deal and wanted to actually engage Iran and force Iran to come to the table. Now, we won't know that whether that's a pathway or until there is actual engagement happens. So for now, we're looking at what's really the preamble for the administration coming in. But speculating about this, there's a number of things that we have to keep in mind and not think that the past is necessarily prologue. So one is that actually, as I just mentioned, that President Trump wants a deal. I mean, that was his objective the first time. The deal he wants may not be acceptable or doable with the Iranians, but he's not coming in with a view that I don't want to talk to them, I don't talk to enemies, I don't cut deals, but rather I think we have to start from the point of view that he would ultimately want to get a deal with Iran. Secondly, I would say that both Iran and the United States, for them, there are lessons learned from last time. What worked and what didn't work. I mean, the Iran side of it, we can have a separate conversation, but if you're President Trump, I would say that you didn't think that maximum pressure was automatically an outright success. Yes, it worked, it choked Iran, it choked its economy, but it didn't bring them to the table. It actually led to a cycle of escalation in the Gulf that brought the United States and Iran to the verge of war after the lobbing of missiles at the American base and shooting down an American drone. So in a sense, I wouldn't think that President Trump would look at maximum pressure as an unvarnished success. And perhaps if it's applied, it would be much more laser focused on what's the outcome. Thirdly, another things are also clear in the administration's approach. One is that China matters a lot to President Trump. And also, if we thought about what does it mean to deploy the American military on American streets to round up migrants and expel them from the United States, what kind of attention that requires from the military, where does that attention come from, how long will it take? I mean, the domestic sets of issues, along with China, would suggest that there will be certain pressure on President Trump not to escalate in the Middle East. In fact, success with China, success in other arenas requires some degree of stability in the Middle East, which means the pathway for Trump, I don't think, would be escalation, but rather de-escalation. So yes, you may have maximum pressure, but it may be with a much more emphasis on a quick return. Thirdly, it's important to note that the position of the Arab world has changed. When President Trump set in place maximum pressure, the Gulf countries were 100% on board, that he should leave JCPOA and he should put maximum pressure on Iran. That's not the case today, right? The region is somewhere else altogether. UAE, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia have normalized relations with Iran. In fact, the more the pace of war in Gaza has increased, the deeper this relationship has become. Even countries that don't have relations with Iran, like Bahrain, Jordan, Egypt, have started at least an engagement with Iran. I think President Trump will find that other than Israel in the region, nobody else is actually supportive of a policy of escalation and confrontation with Iran. And I think the Gulf countries have come to a conclusion that Gulf security, which is so important to their economic success, is not going to be achieved through maximum pressure. So there has to be a different approach by the United States. Next is that Iran, unlike under Max's first term, is actually sending signals that it's ready to talk to the United States. Mm-hmm. I mean, from the sort of the new diplomatic team that has come to the fore in Iran, which was the same people who negotiated the previous nuclear deal, to just a few days ago, a senior advisor to the Supreme Leader said on the Supreme Leader's website that Iran is willing and ready to engage the Trump administration. This is very different from when the Supreme Leader said we'll never talk to Trump and we will not engage. And so that's also an important factor. And even if you took as a parenthesis the alleged meeting between Elon Musk and the Iranian ambassador, that's a very strong signal. I said that yes, there will be pressure, but the pressure may translate into a new pathway. Next, I would say that, and also President Trump added to that, has sent also signals of his own. During the campaign, he said that what he is really after, that Iran would not have nuclear weapons, not a nuclear program, that they would not have nuclear weapons, and that he is not after regime change in Iran. This is a much more sharper focus of what the pressure is supposed to achieve, which is very different from the first term. And I would say if they engage this time, it's also important to note that the nuclear issue now is perhaps not the most important thing in the Middle East. Not for the Arabs, not even for the Iranians at some level, and definitely not, and also not for the Americans. That the region, the future of the region, the role of axis of resistance, the role of Iran's proxies, etc., is perhaps more important for everybody. And I think it is likely that if we end up in, US ends up in talking to Iran, the region will be on the table, not because the United States is demanding it, but actually I think Iranians would want to, would also want some kind of a stability on that front.
Thank you very much. So you think that they're ready to allow Iran to have the capacity to get a nuclear facilities, but not the atomic bomb, which is what at origin they were saying. They were saying, we do not want to have an atomic bomb, we just want to have the capacity to build it, to become potentially a nuclear target.
Well, it all depends on, once negotiations start, then the starting positions of both sides will be negotiated over. But right now we're in a stage of signaling. So President Trump, on the one hand, is signaling that I'm perfectly willing to choke you again and actually cut your oil supplies even further than last time. But on the other hand, he's saying, I'm also want an end to this, I want a result. And then what he's signaling right now, maybe it's just to entice Iran to the table, that I don't want you to give up your nuclear program as a whole. I just want to make sure you don't have a bomb, which is it's that, how do you decide that and how do you measure that is quite an open question. And that I'm not after regime change. And that's basically almost also what Obama told the Iranians, that I'm not after regime change, I want to negotiate your nuclear program. Now, we'll see, but what I'm saying is that, yes, I anticipate pressure on Iran will increase, but I wouldn't be surprised if that pressure very quickly translates into a process.
I'm sorry, I have to continue asking one other thing. Is this because of a change in internal Iranian dynamics? Are you noticing a move away from the reaction that they might have had at the beginning and the reaction they're having now? Are there new forces coming in that want to have a rapprochement or something close to that with the United States against a previous generation who was radically opposed? Or that's out of the game, that's not?
No, the new forces have come in because Iran as a whole wants an engagement. It originally, before even the Gaza war got in the thick of it, the desire was to find some ways to lift sanctions on Iran in order to stabilize the economy, particularly after the massive riots that rocked Iran in 2022. But right now, I think the priority is also that Iran wants a kind of a major regional ceasefire. It obviously lost massively in Lebanon, and it wants a ceasefire in Lebanon, but also is looking for some kind of a stability in the region as well. And interestingly, my belief is that they're on the same page with their Gulf neighbors on that issue. Nobody wants this war to continue, and so that gives them an incentive to engage the Trump administration.
Thank you very much. By the way, I'm sorry. I gave for granted everybody knew you. I didn't mention that Dr. Varinasser is a Majid Khadouri Chair, Professor of Middle Eastern Studies and International Affairs at Johns Hopkins University, School of Advanced International Studies. And now we go to my friend, Badr Asif. For you, I have prepared a question, which is something that interests me a lot. And it is, how might Trump reshape US relations with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states? And how might that differ from Biden's approach? In comparison with the current Biden administration, which obstacles to and prospects for a US brokered normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel? Which will be tied with the question I want to ask you later on, more in depth, about the Abraham Accords and other things.
Thank you, Karim, and thank you, ISPI, for the invitation. And let me tell you, I'm feeling the Atlantic Council love. I'm surrounded right and left by the Atlantic Council. Let me.
By the way, I made a mistake. I should have said you are a professor at the University of Kuwait. And,
Thank you. Let me dissect the question into three domains, if you may. So let me start with where the Gulf stands today, and then I'll move into Gulf US priorities in the coming administration, in my view, and then I'll end on the whole notion of Israel, Palestine, and potential role for the Gulf. So with the first issue, Trump returns to a different Gulf. as our friend Vali has kindly noted. And it's ironically a Gulf that the Trump administration partly reshaped. One of the last acts of the first Trump administration was sealing the intra-Gulf discord between Qatar on the one hand and the other Arab Gulf states, with obvious support from the Kuwaiti mediation, but the US was present in the room in the Al-Ula summit with Jared Kushner in place. And that kind of opened up a whole wave of reconciliation across the region that we still live through until this day. This connects to the détente that took place with Iran, with Turkey, and with other countries in the region. A second moment in which Trump played a role in reshaping how the Gulf sees itself, and actually it's boosting its self-reliance in a way, is the aloof response, if you may, to the 2019 attack on Saudi oil fields and facilities. I say aloof response, but I could say the lack of response. So in a sense, that also reinforced the self-reliance that you see in the Gulf. The Gulf has dealt with Trump. They know what they're going into. They understand that there is unpredictability. There is a transactional reference. And I think they can manage to deal with the impulses that could be contradictory at times, whether it's an interventionist impulse or an isolationist one. Now, when it comes to priorities between the Gulf and the US, there are various domains that I think would be of importance. I put front and center the whole notion of security. If you remember, there were the talks between the Biden administration and the Saudis on a US-Saudi defense pact. I think that will continue, and we'll probably see some fruition into that end. The UAE has had its major defense partnership title, so that will also increase. And Bahrain earlier has tested the waters with a strategic partnership agreement that's the closest to what the defense pact would be. Technology would be another file that I think they would be in agreement with in advancing that partnership forward. I think where you would find some kind of friction that I think still would be manageable is the whole notion of the oil and trade files. Now, as you know, the incoming administration, or Trump particularly, has mentioned that he will be drilling and producing more. That could come into contradiction or a kind of disruption with the plans that the Gulf states have for themselves in both developing their national visions, which are premised on high oil returns, or even this transfer to a post-oil future, which is also premised on high oil returns. There is also a gulf, I would say, or a gap between the two, the Gulf and the US, when it comes to renewable energy. I think there is a sincere effort among the Gulf states in moving into that file, and there is some questioning from Trump and his incoming administration. Now, if we move into the final bucket, if I may, and it's on the Israel-Palestine deal, I think, as the ambassador has mentioned, there will be a doubling down on the relationship with Israel, obviously. There are preferences there and a continuity with the Biden administration. You'll see a revamped version probably of the Abraham Accords, but that would put the Saudis in a bind because, as I've written with my dear friend Maria Fantape in the Foreign Affairs last week, we argue for a Saudi solution. And the Saudis have put out their cards very clearly on the table. They're for the two-state solution. And they've listed it in various ways and means, both in bilaterals and even in public statements. We've seen them launch in the UN last September, the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution, which met in Riyadh last month, and a follow-up meeting this month was in Europe. So there will be clear red lines presented from the Saudis on this file, and it would be interesting to see how that moves forward. Again, Trump can surprise us. We've seen his intentions to build and broker a deal. Could he, all bets are off. Could he pursue that, or could he double down on another route like annexation?
Thank you very much. How do you see this playing with the rivalry with China? The fact that China has tried inevitably to get it into the Gulf, with the agreement between Iran and fostering agreement with Iran and Saudi Arabia, trying to get into business and stuff. Are the United States going to have a strong attitude against this? Are they going to try to bring the Gulf states toward them in order of not fostering an intervention of stronger Chinese, or that doesn't have anything to do to play in the area? In other words, what do you see about the Chinese getting in?
Let me begin with the US. Look, the US is front and center in the Gulf. Okay. So to claim that anyone can displace it at the time being will be a stretch. Doesn't mean that their other powers would not be playing a certain role, as we've seen with the Chinese. But let me explain in terms of great power competition. I don't think the Gulf states would like to view themselves as part of that. They feel that they can work with all partners and that each partner has something to deliver. China is the biggest trading partner, for example, for the Gulf, and this is a relationship that they want to nurture. Russia, they've been very keen on maintaining the OPEC Plus agreement. That is an agreement that has now entered maybe its 8th or 9th year, and it has stabilized oil prices. So that's something that they're trying to work with, as well with the whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. Several Gulf states have played a mediating role in terms of the exchange of different, children or family members, whether it was by the Saudis, the Emiratis, or the Qataris. So I think they see themselves beyond this great power competition, and that they can help in various files.
Thank you very much. Now we turn to Melis Hourma, who's director of the Middle East program at the Wilson Center. For you, I have a very easy question. What kind of Middle East will Trump have to reckon with? How will he handle increasing Arab discontent with regards to American unwavering support for Israel? Please, good luck.
Thank you so much, Kareem, and it's great to be here with...
Don't thank me.
No, I will thank you. It's an important question. I mean, my colleagues have already talked about the different Middle East that he's coming into, with Arabs normalizing more with Iran, with China, as Badr just mentioned, more economically integrated in the Gulf. We've seen various visits by GCC officials to China, but also China playing a role in, for example, mediating between Palestinian factions beyond just the Saudi-Iran brokering. But I think the one thing that is going to be very challenging to navigate, and perhaps his foreign policy team will care about it, perhaps not, but it's a reality, is that the United States has lost its credibility and standing in the region. I mean, just look at all the different opinion polls that have been conducted. The most recent one that I will reference was published by the Arab Center a few months ago, that showcased that over 90% of those surveyed in 16 countries across the Arab world believe that the role that the United States played in the Gaza conflict was bad or very bad. And when asked about the US influence and US role in the region, more than 50% named it as the source of the instability and the conflict. So a lot of the region, the people, I think that we're always talking about governments and officials, and those are very important discussions, but the people are at the heart of these conversations, and we cannot ignore where people are at. There's a whole new generation across the Arab world that is understanding the Palestinian-Israeli conflict for the first time through the current war in Gaza. And of course, for those Palestinians who are scattered across the Arab world, there are familial ties, there are friends, there's an emotional connection, and there's a lot of pain. Israeli society is traumatized by the horrific attacks of October 7th, and there's a lot of pain and anger there. There is also a lot of trauma and pain across the region. And with the various challenges that various countries face, on the social and economic levels, and political disenfranchisement in some parts of the region, those are all ingredients for more radicalization. And that is going to be a challenge. We've already heard multiple intelligence officials in the US and counterterrorism officials talk about the threat of violent extremism and radicalization. So this is a reality that the incoming administration has to deal with. I think the picks that he's made so far, particularly for U.S. Ambassador to Israel, has made a lot of people nervous in the region. Ambassador Jabryansky just mentioned that the one common feature that we know is that support for Israel will continue. And given the picks that we've seen with Ambassador-to-be Huckabee and his views on Israel and former statements such as there's no such thing as Palestinians, for example, it will make things more complicated with key U.S. allies, including Jordan and Egypt, that are at the forefront of course, sharing borders with Israel, and probably are the two other countries that have the most to lose after the Palestinians. So those are some of the dynamics that have to be part of it. And then again, like the United States does a lot in humanitarian aid and development aid in the region. And we have to wait and see where the Trump administration stands on continuing this aid, which is much needed, particularly in the Levant, particularly when we're talking about reconstruction, and not just in terms of hardware, but in terms of software, investing in education, in workforce development. As you know, Karim, the MENA region has one of the highest youth unemployment rates worldwide. So there's a lot to reckon with, and the governments in the region want the United States to play a constructive role, particularly on these issues, but there's also a lot of anger, a lot of frustration, and so there will be a lot to reckon with, in addition to the geopolitical dynamics that my colleagues mentioned.
Thank you very much. I know that Paolo Magri and the other guys who worked with me to put me here and will be upset at what I'm doing. I will now take the lead, and I decide to say that I want to ask you one question. I really want our guest to answer, see if it's in the level. And I will ask her first to Melissa. You made a big distinction between the regimes and the people, which is something that very hardly is emphasized. When you talk about the Abraham Accords, when you talk about treaties, when you talk about dealings, when you talk about opening up, how much do you think this will count? How much do you think that this is going to be important for for what is going to come in the Middle East? How much do regimes really can have the capability to lead in one direction when the whole population is mostly against that, even though they have no voice that we can hear? And then I will ask Ambassador Dobryansky the same answer from the other side. How much is America, the new administration, you think will be confident that they can lead the whole population toward pushing the Arab world into a deal with Israel and the closer relation with the United States? How confident you are that the soft power that America has can overcome the fear, the rage, the hate, the rivalry that we've seen on the ground? For you too, is going to come something.
Yeah, thanks, Karim, for the follow-up. I mean, those sentiments produce a lot of internal pressures on the various governments. And of course, there are countries that witnessed very intense and frequent demonstrations. My native homeland, Jordan, is one of them. Yeah. In other countries, it was more suppressed, but the sentiments and the pro-Palestinian and anti-Israeli and anti-American sentiments are very much on display on social media. As a native Arabic speaker, looking at both sides in both Arabic and in English, I see it very visibly. So will it change the direction of the governments? I don't think so, but it does add a lot of pressure. But I think it's important to note that even with all these pressures and all the pain and suffering that people are watching on a daily basis, massacres unfolding live on TV, these governments are still not just in control, but they're still offering normalization by reviving the Arab Peace Initiative and saying, we will still offer normalization with Israel, peace with Israel, if and when the occupation of Palestinian territories ends and a Palestinian state is created. So that has to be also understood and amplified when dealing with the incoming administration.
Thank you very much. This is a great point. This is a great point, which I think I missed in the reading. Thank you very much for this. Vali, do you? No, Ambassador Dobryansky, first of all. Sorry.
You want me to answer? Okay.
Sure.
I'm being very mean to everybody. I thought you were shifting gears. Okay. I'll make 3 brief points. One is I think that the United States going forward and the new administration is absolutely and unequivocally committed to peace. In fact, President Trump, when he ran his campaign, he spotlighted the importance of achieving peace and resolving the conflicts that are existing, not just in the Middle East, but around the globe. I had shared, we were at lunch, a number of us together, I had shared, it was striking to me during the campaign, when 20-year-olds to 25, 26-year-old young men were interviewed on TV and asked, why is it that you voted? Who are you going to vote for in this campaign? They said President Trump. And then the journalist asked, well, why is that? And they said, because he's committed to resolving conflicts, wars, and peace. And we do not want to be dispatched to different conflicts around the globe. So number one, I think he's very committed. He has said it. Two, I think that already his prioritization of the region from the first term sets a very strong foundation. And thirdly, the Abraham Accords was rather historic and very groundbreaking. And in terms of what it sought to achieve, as it was termed, very sustained growth, economic growth, and a kind of vibrancy. Economy also, and when you are economically deprived, that spawns discontent and conflict. And here, I think there was a strong desire to try to look at those areas that would help provide a further foundation for going forward and in the normalization. And I think in this regard that there's going to be a desire for expanding that. If I may mention just one footnote to your response, I want to reinforce what you said. I think in my comments, I tried to lay out that great power competition is playing out. China has definitely gotten in the economic domain. Certainly, it has invested a lot in the region. The United States has prioritized its involvement there, but it's clearly the Gulf countries have chosen multiple paths, not just one single path, and I think that you can expect that.
Thank you very much. I think we are out of time, but I get a couple of minutes just to ask you the same question to you, Vali and Badr. Do you really believe that there is a possibility for the custodian of the two holy sites, for the king of Saudi Arabia, to lead, as of today, moving forward of Saudi Arabia towards Israel and toward the Abraham Accords and towards continuing this very relevant in other moments, walk, attitude, or behavior?
The short answer is no, for reasons that Badr and Maria Pantapi have outlined in their Foreign Affairs piece and Badr laid out, and also for reasons that Marissa said about the public mood. So I don't see this actually being doable. I think there is a hangover of the Biden policy on October 6th, that the future of the Middle East is trade corridors, economic progress, and a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The reality is that if you looked at the Gaza war over the past 2 years, it evolved from a war on Hamas to an expansive Israeli war to reshape the Middle East, a Middle East that has no axis of resistance, has no Palestinians, and at some point down the road, that all the remaining Arab countries would normalize with Israel. And it's very clear that the region is not ready for that. Even the Gulf countries don't seem to be ready for that. I mean, they're more concerned about the first two pieces of this, a war that will continue from Gaza to Lebanon to Syria to Iraq and ultimately to Iran. And a notion that, as Marissa says, is outlined in what the administration is saying, which is they don't envision really a two-state solution. The Israeli Knesset passed a law that it doesn't believe in two-state solution. What the talk is on the table, nobody talks about two-state solution in reality, other than in think tank areas. The new talk is about annexation of the West Bank, that it may very well be on the table. And so there is a dissonance between the reality that's unfolding before our eyes versus what we talk about. I mean, and I would just say that where Biden may be Trump may be different from the past is that Trump may very well give everything Israel wants on the Palestinians. In fact, following on Ambassador Dobryansky is because he doesn't think American boys will have to go fight if Israel annexes the West Bank. But when it goes beyond Lebanon to Syria, Iraq, and Iran, he may sense that there is a danger of military entanglement. And I think Trump, unlike Biden, is going to decouple the Palestinian issue, give Israel everything it wants on the Palestinian issue, and everything Israel wants right now has nothing to do with peace and a two-state solution. I don't think that's where the mind of this government is in Israel, and perhaps public opinion is in Israel. So we're basically arguing about something that I don't see, reflected in reality out there.
Thank you very much, Vali. 1 second. Do you agree or not?
3 seconds.
5, I'll give you 5.
Okay,
They're going to kill me anyway. So.
I just want to reinforce what Marissa said about the anger in the region. And it's obvious because of all the atrocities and massacres that you see daily on TV. And any person with the logic in his head would have that reaction. Now, there is cautious optimism. I agree with everything that's been said. But the Biden administration has been either unwilling or unable to rein in Netanyahu and his administration. Trump could if he wanted to. There is that difference. And I think there is an opening there in that, yes, the two-state solution is dead, clinically dead, but there are concerted efforts to revive it, and we need to have an extended hand from the Israeli side to see that security is only guaranteed through peace. You can't continue with conflict and secure yourself this way. Continuing along those lines, and if the Trump administration decides to choose annexation and to push that card further, will haunt them for decades to come. This is not the solution for the Middle East.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everyone. Thanks a lot. And thanks to our speakers. Fantastic time. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Good job.
Really good.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to start. Please take your seat. Please take your seat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. Last January, Italy launched the Mattei Plan, a new way of working with Africa with a non-predatory approach. The plan seeks to address, from an African perspective, the root causes of instability and to foster growth in African countries. It's also a plan to have more control of migration from this continent to Europe. To this end, Italy and its African partners are jointly developing projects across key sectors, namely health, education, agriculture, water, energy, and infrastructure. We are here today to discuss about how the plan evolves since it was launched, or how Italy will manage to align its needs with those of its African partners, and also how to reinforce this plan with the system mechanism, financial mechanisms. Let me introduce you our speaker in this session. We have with us Edmondo Cirielli, Italian Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Buonasera.
Buonasera.
Mohamed Ali Adahat, Chairman of the Libyan Foreign Bank. Salam alaikum. And Álvaro Lario, President of the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Buenas tardes. And I'm María Martín, journalist for Spanish newspaper El País. It is obvious that the Mattei Plan appeals to all of us in Europe to review our relations with Africa and invite us to think about how cooperation and development between North and South can be renewed. Italy, in fact, is seeking to rethink international cooperation with African countries. Mr. Cirielli, how is the Mattei Plan making a difference?
Sì, allora innanzitutto volevo iniziare da alcune sue riflessioni, sebbene dovrò essere molto sintetico. Innanzitutto voglio dire che il piano Mattei non è assolutamente provocato o non è una risposta alla migrazione, come viene banalmente detto. Tutti noi sappiamo che l'essere umano è un essere migrante, quindi esiste il diritto a migrare. Quello che dobbiamo evitare è che ci sia una migrazione forzata e illegale. Forzata vuol dire provocata da guerre, fame, malattia o truffe magari di chi promette a giovani un futuro migliore, o tramite canali illegali che arricchiscono organizzazioni criminali in Africa che sono divenute, grazie a questo mercato, così forti da destabilizzare anche l'Africa, e allo stesso tempo sappiamo che tantissime delle persone che partono non arrivano, subiscono violenze inenarrabili. Detto ciò, che era importante, il piano Mattei, idea lanciata da Giorgia Meloni su questo grande padre della patria moderna e democratica italiana. Mattei appunto fu un uomo che si batte per la libertà, ma un manager pubblico che iniziò nella gestione degli idrocarburi per le importazioni che l'Italia svolgeva in Africa, a dire che bisognava lasciare qualcosa in Africa, non prendere solo risorse non rinnovabili per le future generazioni, ma investire anche in sviluppo. Che significa investire in sviluppo? Sicuramente investire in infrastrutture, cure sanitarie, ma soprattutto investire in risorse umane con l'istruzione. Questo è un modello che ancora oggi la compagnia da lui fondata, l'ENI, porta avanti, ma l'Italia, preso atto che l'Occidente in questi anni ha fornito più del 90% delle risorse per lo sviluppo dell'Africa, con risultati, bisogna dire, non soddisfacenti, ha pensato l'Italia di cambiare modello perché è evidente che c'è qualcosa che non funziona. Come ho detto già ieri in un altro panel, l'Africa non è vero che è un continente povero, un continente ricchissimo, il 60% delle terre arabili del pianeta sono in Africa, il 60% delle risorse da idrocarburi, quindi energetiche, le future energie rinnovabili, il 60% delle terre rare che servono alle moderne tecnologie, il 60% di tutti i materiali che servono per le industrie. Quindi sono un continente ricchissimo, ancora più ricco se pensiamo all'età media, quindi la risorsa umana, i giovani sono una grande ricchezza. Ovviamente, come può essere una grande opportunità, può essere un grande rischio per i continenti che gli sono vicini, sicuramente la penisola arabica, ma in maniera particolare l'Italia, e se ci consentite, visto che noi siamo la porta per l'Europa, la stessa Europa. Per questo motivo Giorgia Meloni col piano Mattei ha voluto mettere al centro dell'agenda dell'Unione Europea l'Africa, al centro dell'agenda del G7 l'Africa, e in questi 2 anni ci è riuscita a far capire che i soldi investiti diversamente da sinora, e il piano Mattei cos'è? Diversamente significa che gli investimenti, appare banale, vanno concordati con i paesi africani. E anche il sistema dell'organizzazione internazionale, che è un sistema straordinario, di grande expertise, deve lavorare in questa triangolazione, nel senso non si può pensare che diamo i soldi alle organizzazioni internazionali e le organizzazioni internazionali non concordino con i paesi africani cosa fare. Ovviamente l'Italia in questo momento sta dando massimo impulso a quello che chiamiamo multilaterale e bilaterale, cioè diciamo alle organizzazioni internazionali, decidiamo insieme ai nostri partner africani cosa fare, e magari se riteniamo che, e tante volte è possibile, un'organizzazione internazionale sa fare meglio quella cosa, usiamo quella organizzazione internazionale, o se no chiediamo, ed è un'altra parte del piano Mattei, al nostro sistema pubblico e privato di partecipare anche investendo proprio denaro, quindi non soltanto i fondi della cooperazione, che in questo caso diventano un moltiplicatore, un acceleratore, ma anche i fondi di aziende private e pubbliche italiane sul territorio, sempre in partnership stretta con i paesi africani.
Mr. Lario, poverty and food insecurity are on the rise. Some of 420 million people are living under the poverty line in Africa. Of these, many live in rural areas. What platforms can the international community leverage to ensure these people get the opportunities for growth and develop they need?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. For us, it's a pleasure to be here. I think there's a moment right now in the world where we need strong leadership in terms of many of the challenges we have related to poverty, to hunger, to the conflicts ongoing. And I think any of the dialogues like the one today led by Italy are very important to try to get at least to have this opportunity of seeing what are the plans. As you have mentioned, I think the important part of any platforms, and there's a number of platforms out there, is that they deliver concrete results, that they are focused on an action plan, and that they're changing the lives of the people on the ground. That means Vice Minister was talking about forced migration, and I think that what we need to do and what IFA does concretely is to try to provide opportunities of increasing the income, of leading decent livelihoods, of creating opportunities in rural areas, actually where most of the poverty is concentrated. 80% of the poverty is in these rural areas. And it's not only in Africa. I think what makes a difference about Africa is that the world population will probably peak around 9 billion in a couple of decades, and almost a third of the population will be in Africa. We are talking about an extremely young population, under 18, and we are seeing countries like Nigeria that will go from 200 million to 400 million, most of them under 18 years of age. So it's very important that we produce opportunities that are locally led by the people on the ground. That's why, for us, investments is what these countries need. They do not need more food aid. What they need is opportunities to develop themselves. And as I said, these platforms need to deliver concrete results. One of them is obviously the G7 Apulia Food Systems Initiative, the Mattei Plan, which brings together what we believe is also important. It's not only about agriculture, it's about water, it's about food, it's about energy, how you bring all of these sectors together, because we could increase food production, but if you don't have the storage to have it, if you cannot access markets, if you cannot sell this food, then it does not matter whether you produce it. And there's a lot of opportunities, specifically in Africa. You have the new Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which can give opportunities to integrate the region in terms of agriculture and food security. But what I would say is that food security can also be a driver of jobs. It can be also a driver of growth. Indeed, the agricultural sector usually is the most effective sector in terms of leading and taking people out of poverty compared to other sectors, just because of the sheer number of jobs and the sheer number of people that are actually investing there. So we very much support, and we have had a number of initiatives that if we have time, we can also discuss under the Mattei Plan, but also the G7 Apulia Food Systems Initiative. Thank you.
Security is also a key element on this conversation. The Mattei Plan stresses the important link between economic growth in African countries and regional stability. Africa has indeed a huge potential for economic growth. However, investors from the global north are hesitant. Why is happening this, Mr. Adarat? And how can you create a confident environment in this difficult context that we can see in several African countries?
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, my colleagues on the stage, and for ISPI for organizing this and for the invitation to participate with you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this is a very complex topic for many reasons, because the aspiration for growth and development and economic prosperity is a common denominator. Everybody is striving for it. However, nobody's been able to master an efficient plan to balance between the needs and the aspirations and the opportunities that are there. And one of the main reasons, in my opinion, is there's a missing element and a missing factor that is not absent, but not necessarily as prevalent. And that factor is the prosperity and the quality of life of the regions and the people that are impacted directly on both ends of the spectrum. And this is probably one of the main reasons for a lot of these initiatives that fail. They may succeed initially, they have a good sprint and takeoff, but they're not able to sustain the success and the longevity of it because of a lot of the instability. Some of it is organic, you know, humans will always be humans, you will always have disagreements, but a lot of it is artificial. And it's artificial because of the linkage between this economic initiatives and a lot of the political strife and the proxy wars that we see and the instability. And some of it is driven by the desire or the competition over some of these resources. He's actually mentioned about, you know, the percentages of availability of resources in Africa. Africa is the location, or the second most important area or region when it comes to economic growth. The IMF numbers estimate this year the growth will be around 3.7%. Next year could exceed 4.2 up to 4.5%. The global growth numbers are far less than that. So this is definitely an area where everybody is focusing. However, it does not have to be a combative competition. I think there are opportunities for synergy, and there's enough success for many areas and many regions to benefit. And I think the unique situation with the Mattei Plan and Italy's position is something that we would like to capitalize on, not only as a bank or a network of banks in Libya, but also as a gateway of 2,000 plus kilometers shoreline on the Mediterranean and fairly fertile grounds when it comes to opportunities from an infrastructure standpoint, where it comes to cargo, air, land, or sea, as well as a basin for distribution. So when you think about that, the Mattei Plan, you know, focuses a lot on the education, healthcare, et cetera, on also infrastructure. And this is probably the biggest Achilles heel right now in the region, is the infrastructure is just not there today. When it comes to the railways or roads, even airports, they're far lagging behind some of the other developments, primarily in energy and even in the agriculture standpoint. So the distribution and the volatility of the quality of the food that you want to produce in order for you to be able to have a value chain to reach the people, to impact the quality of life, is just not there yet. So this is one of the areas where we feel there is an opportunity for investment and where everybody can benefit. When you build a road, it's not going to benefit one faction of the population and not others. Everybody's should be able to access it. The same way for your airports and seaports. So this is one of the concepts. The other thing is, when we look at the opportunities, you know, the numbers are there. Everybody, you know, any chart you can put up and present the numbers. As banks, we love numbers, we love profitability, we love the opportunities to invest. That's not difficult. That's very easy to pitch. However, the issue that you mentioned is the risk factor. You know, people are hesitant. People who have money, they're not going to just throw it away. They want to invest and make a profit and have the confidence that that profit will be sustainable. And even more importantly, that network of profitability does not contradict some of the values and some of the principles that these companies are held accountable for. So when we take that in mind, you know, you have a lot of global best practices and regulations and and the banking sector probably more than any others, you have so many regulations every other day coming in. However, there's a reason behind that. It's usually a reaction to a problem. And this is where we feel we can be of value as a partner. You know, we are working with the Italian authorities and CIMEST and other organizations in order to create that bridge, in order to build some of that trust. We're not going to be able to eliminate the concerns. There will always be concerns. But if there's not a risk, I can assure you there's not profit. So you have to be able to willingly take risk, calculated risk, mitigate some of that risk. But this expectation of, will you have a zero risk environment and you're going to come in and be successful, that doesn't exist. So this is where we have to start to think pragmatically of where are some of the short or low-hanging fruits, because one of the critical points, and I will close with this comment about the quality of life and the impact to the communities and to the people, unless you're changing to the better the quality of life and improving and rebuilding the trust, because as communities, put politics aside, just as communities dealing with each other, there's very little trust. Everybody thinks that, they're coming here to take advantage of us, take our resources and run away and leave us with the waste and the environmental impact and all of. And unfortunately, some of that is true. Historically, that has been the case. So you have to inject confidence to the people to know the scenario is different. And this is where the more you have stakeholders involved, especially on the private sector, and I say that because private sector doesn't like to lose money. So if it's not profitable, if it's not efficient, and if it's not going to deliver value to their bottom line, they're not going to do it. I think we should leverage that as an advantage and as a tool to combat some of the instability, some of the corruption, and some of the other negative factors that have unfortunately, aborted some of these other initiatives in the past. So I feel very strongly about this as an institution, as someone who is taking part in a transformation in Libya that is, it's slow, it's not as fast as we would love. However, it's something that is critical. It's a matter of survival for us, and these kind of agreements, with Italy being one of our biggest partners, if not our biggest partner in trade, it's critical that these kind of bridges are successful, are solid from a credibility standpoint, and are sustainable for the long term.
The Mattei plans proposes to improve development and growth in African countries through actions over 6 key sectors. Mr. Siriali, how do you evaluate the progress made so far, and what do you think should be the next steps?
Sì, grazie. Innanzitutto mi scuso se dopo il mio intervento dovrò scappare in aula, perché sono anche un parlamentare e devo fare un voto importante che è stato deciso ieri. Allora, ovviamente noi siamo molto contenti di questo primo anno. In un anno non era possibile fare tantissime cose, ma siamo soddisfatti perché l'obiettivo del piano Mattei, che è innanzitutto uno strumento, un framework, secondo noi è stato raggiunto. Oltre al fatto che abbiamo convinto che il piano Mattei è importante per l'Unione Europea, che ha detto che rientrerà pienamente nel Global Gateway, quindi questo grande programma di finanziamento per il vicinato dell'Europa che comporterà investimenti molto importanti. Dal secondo punto di vista la stessa cosa è avvenuto sul G7, anche l'impegno per il corridoio di Lobito, questo corridoio ferroviario nell'Africa australe rappresenta, che partirà dal porto di Lobito, un elemento importante per la connettività dell'Africa meridionale. Ma è il principio che i grandi partner occidentali hanno scelto di seguire l'Italia. L'altro aspetto è che abbiamo convinto i paesi africani che devono avere un nuovo protagonismo nell'avanzare proposte e assumersi anche la responsabilità, condivisa chiaramente con l'Italia, con i partner, questo è fuori di dubbio. E l'altro aspetto molto importante è che abbiamo convinto il sistema delle organizzazioni internazionali a rimodulare il proprio intervento, ascoltando innanzitutto i paesi sul territorio e poi collaborando direttamente con l'Italia e con il suo sistema. Per esempio, alcuni titoli semplificativi. Abbiamo puntato molto sul tema dell'agricoltura, perché l'agricoltura dà una serie di risposte immediate, dà un immediato benessere economico. Puntiamo alla sicurezza alimentare, che rappresenta una stranezza. Ho detto prima, il 60% delle terre arabili è in Africa, che potrebbe sfamare il mondo, e l'Africa non riesce a sfamare se stessa. Invece noi abbiamo avviato un grande progetto di bonifica in tutto il Nord Africa. Già siamo partiti in alcuni casi, come in Libia anche, ma siamo un grande lavoro in Egitto, in Algeria, in Tunisia. C'è un grande progetto sia di utilizzo delle acque reflue che di una futura bonifica di aree desertiche. Bene, oltre all'aspetto della sicurezza alimentare c'è la job creation, la skill formation, la training di buoni lavori, e quindi l'istruzione, la formazione, che rappresentano un elemento centrale. E allo stesso tempo, diciamo, oltre questo training fondante, si crea una catena di possibilità anche di immigrazione regolare per persone che vogliono mettersi in discussione. Allo stesso tempo l'agricoltura, pensiamo alla filiera del caffè su cui stiamo intervenendo, del cacao, è anche un modo per combattere il cambiamento climatico, perché se riutilizziamo culture che danno un impatto, diciamo, importante sull'assorbimento dell'anidride carbonica e quindi sul cambiamento climatico, rappresenta un dato importante. Immaginiamo che stiamo facendo un grandissimo progetto per carburante, per biocarburante in Kenya tramite l'ENI, finanziato da Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. Sulla sanità abbiamo avviato progetti importantissimi per ora in Congo e in Etiopia col sistema della partnership italiana. E l'ultima cosa che voglio dire, che non è secondaria: tutti si preoccupano dei debiti africani, ma tutti continuano a aiutare l'Africa facendogli fare dei debiti. Ed è un po' il cane, diciamo noi, che si morde la coda. L'Italia innanzitutto è intervenuta pesantemente con interventi a dono, ma i nostri crediti del fondo rotativo tramite la Cassa Depositi e Prestiti sono a interessi sostanzialmente non solo a zero, ma spalmati nel tempo, tale per cui anche il nostro prestito, il nostro credito diventa sostanzialmente un dono quasi per il 40%. Quindi anche il cambio del paradigma sull'intervento finanziario penso che sia un modello importante su cui l'IFAD assolutamente rimane un dato centrale, così come, e concludo, il sostegno a banche di sviluppo africane. Anche questo con finanziamenti in parte a credito, in parte a dono alle banche, che diventano, le banche africane di sviluppo, un sistema per essere presenti in maniera capillare con i piccoli e medi imprenditori, perché l'Africa ha bisogno anche di nuovi imprenditori, soprattutto giovani imprenditori, puntando moltissimo sulla digitalizzazione, che rappresenta sicuramente una frontiera per lavori buoni, lavori di qualità e lavori che sicuramente danno poi una prospettiva particolare, soprattutto tra i giovani.
Grazie mille. Thank you for your time.
Grazie, grazie, good work. Thank you very much. Ciao Maria. Ciao,
Adarat, maybe you prefer to come
Okay.
closer. He really mentioned how agriculture is a key sector of the Mattei Plan. So, Mr. Lario, how do you think Italy and the International Fund for Agricultural Development could partner more to promote the African transition?
Well, thank you. I think the minister mentioned a number of important things related to job, to debt. First of all, I think over the last years, it's clear that food security has become more of a national security, especially in certain countries after the invasion of Ukraine. And that has also disrupted a lot of the global food value chain. So it's important that we are also discussing this type of topics at the G7, at the G20. This year, Italy, as well as Brazil, put food security, family farming at the core of many of the discussions, including also at the finance track. So I think it's important that it continues also for the next G7 and G20 discussions. On the role of multilaterals like IFAD, I think it's important that we continue providing concessional finance, that the type of interest rate that we're applying are very concessional, as well as grants. But it needs to go beyond that. The institutions like ourselves or the World Bank or the African Development Bank, Casa Depositi, we need to also provide the incentives to mobilize the private sector. For us, in particular, IFA, this has meant that for the first time we will be using our own money, our own balance sheet, to co-invest with the private sector. It's not enough to do public-private partnerships. We need to be able to provide the guarantees or to co-invest with the private sector. And this means that all institutions, including ourselves, need to continue evolving. In terms of also another important area, I would say it's climate adaptation for us. Many of the small-scale farmers, you can see it here in Italy, in my home country, in Spain, but everywhere in the world, they're suffering from droughts, from floods, from extreme heat, and that has changed the way that food is being produced. So it's important that we also try to mobilize further financing, because it's not only about the production, it's also about the sustainability of many of these investments. And whether we want it or not, nowadays we are suffering of a lot of extreme weather events, and this needs to be taken into consideration. The Italian Climate Fund, mentioned by the Vice Minister, is one of the avenues that we would be very keen to continue pursuing. We have a strong relationship also with Casa Depositi, with the public development banks in Africa, also with the private banks. We have also a number of programs in Africa. So I think it's important that there's a number of different stakeholders, not only the public sector, but also the private banks, the public development banks, the local private sector, not only the multinationals, that we need to continue making sure that they are connected. For us, that's going to be one of the priorities. And then finally, in the topic that also the Vice Minister mentioned, and what I think it's important, it's clear that we are back to a debt crisis. Many of the governments, and specifically in Africa, are not able to fund many of their priorities. For example, Ethiopia spends $26 per capita in terms of debt, whereas they spend $8 per capita on health or education, which clearly you can see already where the investments are going. So there could be potential solutions. Some countries are working on it, on potential debt swaps for food security, debt swaps for energy, for climate, for other matters. But it's clear that also these countries in Africa need also to have the fiscal space to co-invest. And after the post-Malabo declaration, we are in another phase in the terms of food security, and we would be very keen to continue partnering with Africa in terms of how to mobilize further financing from the public sector, but also from the private sector.
It's clear that private investment are a fundamental element of the Mattei Plan and this conversation. Mr. Adarad, what can governments and international financial institutions do to improve this effort? And what tools or mechanisms can support these initiatives in the private sector investment?
Yeah, and I think that's a global trend. I think the private sector role in economic, whether it's revival or an economic expansion as far as growth is a key component. However, in markets such as in Africa, sometimes there's some ambiguity between private and public sector, meaning that the role of the private sector sometimes becomes monopolized in a way to where it starts to behave like public sector. So this is one of the important things, is that when we talk about private sector, we have to clearly define what we're talking about. And it's a very, clear-cut definition when it comes to the ownership. Is it a publicly owned or privately owned? This is clear. However, when it comes to the actual decision-making process, prioritization of investments, access to markets, things like that, if you start to monopolize that, then you're basically just moving the problem from one area to the other. You haven't really solved the issue there. So I think that's the first thing, is there has to be, challenging and pushing back on what I would call the illegitimate private sector. So this is the first thing. The second thing is, again, to the point I was making earlier about confidence, reestablishing confidence in these markets. So providing the financial mechanism, whether it's through bank guarantees or letters of credit or some other form of established financial vehicles that provide the financial guarantees for these investments in case things don't necessarily go as smoothly as they can. And also primarily for small, medium business, where agriculture is primarily dominated in the sort of that end of the value chain, mainly by small or medium-sized farmers. However, you've got conglomerates and multinational companies that are taking these products and turning them into profits. So that linkage has to be, in the private sector, has to make sense from an investment standpoint, and there's got to be some kind of synergy between the raw material and the sort of the products that are being produced and the markets you're targeting. You cannot sort of put a square peg into a round hole. There has to be a logical fit. And this comes back to the role of private sector. These assessments, market knowledge, understanding what is the needs, has to be from people who are in the market, who understand that market or connected to those communities. And then the other point is with regards to the issue of corruption. You know, these markets, a lot of times, they're hindered by deep-rooted corruption. And that's why a lot of private investors are hesitant, and even, sometimes the victims of a lot of this, or sometimes they are contributors to the problem. Okay, this is also a common theme. So I think from a private sector standpoint, if I'm not getting my money back, if I'm not getting a profit out of my investment, I'm less likely to take the risk. So this, again, has to be utilized in order to combat that level of corruption. In my opinion, the two biggest enemies to corruption are technology and the private sector, a properly structured private sector. And this is, again, coming back to the first point about confidence. When you've got those two elements in place, the technology can provide you transparency, more efficient processes, visibility to what's going on between the different partners involved in the supply chain. Just one simple example when it comes to the one-window systems with regards to customs and importation and exportation processes. That kind of system is absent in most of the African markets. I think there's very few markets that actually utilize that. Implementation of such systems where you've got some efficiencies in the supply chain and the distribution and cargo shipments goes far beyond just bilateral trade agreements and just free trade zones and the traditional structure that companies are used to operating. This gives a platform for visibility about where everything is moving, where all the products going. One other issue with regards to this is coming back to the enhancement of the quality of life. Okay, I think this is something where the workforce you're going to be relying on when you make these investments, these are people who are impacted by the poverty and some of the negative impact of the current situation in some of these regions. In order for you to sell the concept that there is some benefit for these communities that you want to invest in, they have to be involved at some level in the supply chain, not just a matter of you get a job at some low-level pay and then it's better than zero. It's better than having to take the risk of life to cut across the Mediterranean for a better life. But at the same time, it doesn't have to mean that you have to stay on that poverty line. There has to be some level of ambition towards prosperity, to move away from this poverty and this quality of life. There should not be this culture of accepting the status quo or some level of quality of life that from a corporate standpoint is seen as a benefit, but from a community standpoint is definitely just continuing to fuel the problem of low quality of life, which is feeding a lot of these forced migrations that was mentioned, etc. And the instability, whether it's war or any other form of instability. The trade corridors across the globe are becoming challenging, whether it's the Suez Canal or any other trade corridors that we are seeing today. That's why we're seeing a competition to build new corridors, because of the instability of the existing corridors. However, the growth factor from a private sector standpoint is heavily reliant on a sustainable, stable supply chain and a trade corridor. So this is where I think the private sector has a lot of interest in investing in building these corridors in order to provide the infrastructure for these investments, whether it's the Matei Plan or any other type of initiative. And I think this is where you close the circle and come back to the profitability, the sustainability, and the credibility of these kinds of initiatives for the long run, and not just sort of the wow factor of, a 4 or 5 year honeymoon period, and then you're back to square one. And this is where I think the focus needs to be, and the key metric that needs to be identified and measured going forward.
We have less than a couple of minutes. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, perhaps one just two thoughts for the audience. I mean, every year we have 7, 8, 10 million of young Africans coming into the job market. In the continent, we have at the same time around 80 billion, which has been increasing over the last decade in terms of food imports. imagine the type of jobs if they were transformed and created in the continent in terms of the transformation and the raw materials and the value added, where it's in logistics, in the distribution, in the manufacturing, how many jobs we could create there, and what would that mean for the global, I mean, stability, but also for the global food security. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, just to add on to that, I think all of the other, the stability that everybody is striving for, including in my home country, in Libya, in my opinion, is primarily linked to the economic prosperity. If we start to revive the economic wheel and we start turning the discussions away from the guns and the fights and the border disagreements, etc., into contracts and projects and investments, and that competition shifts from these armed battles into more healthy, competitive battles, if you want to call it that, I think this is really the ultimate goal here. Again, to improve the quality of life and providing a dignified life to people who are in this region. I think that's really the game changer here.
Okay, we must end this session here. Thank you very much. It
Thank
was
you.
a pleasure to listen to you, and thank you for you all.
Thank you.